Greetings, I'm Paul Hand and welcome to finals day of the 2015 NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. A great day of action yesterday. Let's take a look at our order of play in this season-ending spectacular. Each final features a current or former world #1 player. Shingo Kunieda up first, the undisputed world #1, bidding for his 4th consecutive Masters title. He's up against Joachim Gerard of Belgium, who's had a win against Kunieda already within the group stages. That should be a cracker. Then Jiske Griffioen of Netherlands, the top seed, up against Sabine Ellerbrock from Germany. That's our women's final. Then we've got the quads final after that. David Wagner, the world #1 American, up against Sithole of South Africa. So a fine day of tennis lined up. The players are ready now, so let's hear from our MC, Michael Kern, to bring out our players.
Time now for the men's final here at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Please welcome onto court from Japan, world #1, Shingo Kunieda.
Bidding for his 4th consecutive Masters title, Shingo, this year. Notable clappers. Great crowd in today.
And his opponent for this final match, world #4 from Belgium, Joachim Gerard.
Joachim Gerard, runner-up in 2013, came 5th last year in this event, 2014, but he's had a win already this week against Kunieda, bursting that bubble of 77 consecutive wins for the world #1. Can he do it again in today's final? That's the question on everybody's lips around here. I'm Paul Hand. Alongside me is the quad father, multiple Grand Slam winner and gold medalist, Peter Norfolk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, Paul. Really excited here. This fantastic atmosphere down here at the Lee Valley Tennis and Hockey Centre. And this is going to be, I think, an exciting and enthralling match.
Absolutely. There's Joachim there. And, well, can he reproduce what he did earlier in the week? I think it was Thursday, wasn't it, where he had a 3-set win against a slightly subpar Shingo Kunieda. He said so by his own admission. But they've played 11 times before. Shingo Kunieda leads the head-to-head 10-1, the only win coming this week on Thursday. But back in Australia at the top of the year, this man, Joachim Gerard, took a set from Shingo and lost 6-3 in the decider. So that then gave him encouragement. This week he's had the win. Can he do it again for the title? That's the question. It's a fast court, we know that. He loves these sort of conditions, doesn't he, the big Belgium? Strong strapping lag, big serve, likes to take it early. Should be enticing, a really appetising prospect.
And the court's running fast, which suits Joachim. It's not necessarily Shingo's best, well, I'd say it's the best surface, but the ball is coming off really quickly. And Shingo likes it a little bit higher. But, you know, Shingo Kunieda always comes up for these big tournaments, these big matches. He comes out and comes on top when it counts.
Yeah, he plays those big moments really well, doesn't he? And you'll be for sure he'll be wanting to avenge that defeat on Thursday.
Well, I think the one on Thursday actually woke him up. I think, you know, I watched part of that match, and you know, he was a little bit below par. I think he was just feeling his way through and feeling the court. So this is going to be an exciting match. I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, it's a repeat of the 2013 final where Joachim was making his debut in that year. Here he lost to Kunieda, and this is a rematch of that. 4 years separate them. This man, 27 years old, currently ranked 4th in the world. He's been as high as 3rd in the world. He's had 48 wins and only 19 losses this year. He's played a lot. Last year he came 5th in this event. He's the runner-up at the Australian and French Open singles this year, and Wimbledon doubles as well. So he's had a cracking year. Shingo, well, he's 31 years old, ranked 1. Win-loss ratio is 29 wins, only 1 loss so far this year. And that came to the opponent today, remarkably. Burst that bubble of wins. He said, I don't think about pressure because I'm not too interested in my run of victories, he said after Tuesday's draw. I like to win, but I'm not setting any targets, he added, when asked whether the magic number of 100 was at the back of his mind. Apparently that's old news for him. 5 years ago, he said, I think I had a 107 match winning streak. So 100, it's no concern for me. I'm not really interested. He just gets on with it and goes sort of ball by ball, as all good players too. Let's await the coin toss. Changing ends then. Let the warm-up begin. Raucous atmosphere today, cracking crowd. Really has been a good turnout all week, and such a good opportunity for these guys to perform on this world stage. Reminding us of Shingo and his statistics, ranked #1. The US Open singles champion of this year, and Roland Garros as well, and also the Australian Open. And of course next year he's absolutely delighted, I'm sure, that in 2016 at the All England Lawn Tennis Club, Wimbledon, they're going to have the final Grand Slam. They're going to be playing singles at that event for the first time ever, women's and men's wheelchair singles. That's a cracking thought, Peter.
It's going to be unbelievable, I think, for the guy. Unbelievably tough, actually, for the players, because they're going to come in off the clay from the French. There's no warm-up grass tournament for them, so they'll find somewhere to practice, I'm sure. And then they're going to play singles and doubles on the grass. And then, of course, next year's a huge year. We've got Rio. So there's no US Open for the wheelies this year, or next year, sorry, because then they'll be going. It's the same time as the Rio Paralympic Games. So they've got a tough schedule next year.
Well, hopefully after this they'll wind down for a week or so, or 10 days. And as the programme slows down, I believe there's 160 odd tournaments throughout the calendar year, over about 40 countries. It's a really cracking programme for the wheelchair players.
It's the Uniglow Wheelchair Tennis Tour, and there's, you know, the top players, they've got to pick and choose their tournaments pretty carefully, because you end up crisscrossing the globe. Very exciting, and of course wheelchair prize money now is, you know, $2 million near enough, and so these guys, they're professional players, and it's one of the only wheelchair sports that is fully affiliated to the ITF as well on the circuit, so it's cracking.
And over 2 million in prize money, of course, for the tour now, which is fabulous.
Yeah.
It really is enticing more and more players onto the game. Let's talk about Joachim. Well, what a year he's had, Joachim Gerard.
3 minutes.
And most importantly, that win earlier this week was phenomenal. Lost the opening set 6-2, won the next one the same score himself, 6-2, and took the third set 7-5. He loves fast courts. He serves really accurately, and more to the point, he had a really good win yesterday against Stefan Houdet, the Frenchman, the second seed in this event, and Joachim Gerard just tore him apart 6-3, 6-1 with a display of really accurate serving. There's Houdet, who's a lovely man, and well, he won his playoff match against Pfeiffer earlier today. That was 6-2, 6-2. So he's come third in the event, so he's happy with that. But you know, this man, well, what a performance that was. We were wallowing in that one yesterday, weren't we? It was a cracking match to watch, but really dictatorial performance from Joachim yesterday. So our umpire today is Darren Michaels, presiding over this one. They've had a busy week. The umpires, the lines judges, and the balls team as well. It's been all go. This is a unique £30 million venue, the Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre. 4 indoor courts, 6 outdoor courts, as well as 2 of the best hockey pitches in the country, hosting a range of sort of community club and elite events. The tennis facilities are sort of open to the public throughout the day and evening year-round, which, of course, Peter, we were saying, means that it's very played-on surface, and as a consequence of getting that sort of foot flow every day, it's become quite smooth and fast, hasn't it? And that favours the Belgian, we feel.
Yeah, well, I think he's going to have a little bit of success, but you just never know with Shingo Kunieda. It's you know, the biggest tournament at the end of the year, and that's what he plays for. He always gets up for these big tournaments. It means a lot.
1 minute.
And just to say also, at this centre down here, there's a wheelchair program as well. So anyone interested in starting playing tennis, get down here. Or go to your local parks or wherever. You can play wheelchair tennis or...
So they've got to go to Tennis Foundation, haven't they? Or the lta.org.uk.
Yeah, Tennis Foundation.
Tennis Foundation.
The Tennis Foundation are our biggest tennis charity, and they do a huge amount of work with
Ladies and gentlemen,
wheelchairs. Well, it's not just wheelchair, it's
NEC
deaf.
Wheelchair Tennis Masters will be the best of 3
Blind,
tiebreakers.
it's all disabilities.
Good
crowd in.
Yes, Geoffrey Cass there, Phil and Jill Brooke, of course, chairman of the All England Lawn Tennis Club. Stuart Smith's in there. Mr. Corrie as well on the left of your picture there.
All very knowledgeable about tennis as well.
Absolutely.
Great to see them down here supporting
Well,
wheelchair
they had
tennis.
a lovely lunch prior to this as well, didn't they? Which was really nice. And several
with the
dignitaries in the house with the samba as well. Sunday samba.
That woke everyone up.
That's a fantastic atmosphere, wasn't it? Thought you were going to get up and start jigging Pete at one
No,
stage.
they brought them all down. They went on court and they woke all the crowd up. It's fantastic.
Well, we've had a lot of dignitaries in the house all week. Lorraine Kelly, she's the event's first ambassador. The TV presenter, of course. We've had Judy Murray down. Andy Murray's come down with his Davis Cup pals, bringing the trophy with them. That was really inspirational. So it's all been happening here at Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre.
And you've got to say that even though we won Davis Cup, the men here, our wheelchair men won the equivalent of the Davis Cup back in May for the first time. So actually it's been a pretty stonking year for tennis.
Fantastic. So generous applause then already for our 2 gladiators into the ring. Let battle commence. Shingo Kunieda, undisputed world #1. He's up against the world #4, Joachim Gerard, who's had a win against him already this week, be it just a solitary win. Shingo's 10-1 up in the head-to-head over the years. Kunieda, strong favourite, but can this man produce another upset?
First set, Shingo Kunieda to serve. Ready, play. Fifteen love.
That's what he does so well, isn't it? We saw that yesterday against Today, that early backhand return.
15 all. $30.50.
And just to say to some of you who probably haven't seen wheelchair tennis before, you are allowed the second bounce if you wish. Generally these top players don't, they take it on the first bounce, so they're giving the opponent less time, but if they're defending or struggling, the first bounce has to be in the confines of the court, and then the second bounce can be anywhere.
Oh, look at the precision and the length of shot from both. Fabulous finish on the forehand from Gerard there.
30 all.
Didn't give Kunieda a chance there. So deep, straight off the baseline. You could see it skidding fast through. Not a
heavy
chance.
ball, doesn't he? Brilliant finish to a fabulous point.
Well, that stated intent from Gerard. Look at that volley.
30-40.
That was to die for, wasn't it? That angle that he produced there off the forehand. Fabulous, and it brings up an immediate break point for the Belgian.
Game.
Crushing
Gerard.
forehand return, gets the immediate break. He'll be delighted with that one. As they head towards the change of ends, he's
First
one
game.
love up. Sparkling start.
I
Joachim
think
Gerard.
it's wow. I think this is what we were expecting, or we were hoping, and they've both come out with intent, and Gerard has come out firing. Fantastic.
We were mulling over this last night over dinner, Pete, weren't we? And we were just sort of sharing a bottle of wine and a nice meal, and we were saying, you know, what's going to happen out there tomorrow? And, well, you know, we totally respectful and in awe of what Kunieda's done. Of course we are. He's world #1, undisputed, and he wins endless matches. But Gerard, he's improved so much this year. Such a heavy ball striker who brings so much to the court. Doesn't quite have the experience of the Japanese player, but what a start. He's got a
Joachim
big
Gerard
game,
to serve.
imposing.
Absolutely. And if let's suppose he pulls this off, which will be the biggest win of his career, but just think of the confidence he's going to get going into 2016. Unbelievable. Can't wait.
A little greedy with the angle there. But the idea was right.
Love 15.
Well, I think he's showing intent there. He's trying to take Shingo's time away because he knows that Shingo Kunieda is really fast.
Love 30.
Well, that's a rarity. Don't get many of those from this fella. It's interesting, actually. We were upstairs, weren't we, having a sandwich together just prior to this, and Joachim came upstairs to get a sandwich himself. I tried engaging with him at the sandwich bar, but he didn't really want to know, and he had his mind on his match, you could tell. So we kind of respectfully left him alone. Over-pressing a little there, Kunieda.
15-30.
Having succumbed on his own serve, he's keen to get the immediate break back. The last thing he wants to do is Gerard to run off with a 2-love lead here. Telling return from the world #1. And he himself has 2 break-back points.
15-40.
That's what he was doing yesterday against Today. Precision serving wide from the juice court. Carves out around the outside of that ball really nicely to get the width. Still work to do, though.
He's still got a lot to do. I think he's still feeling his way.
Brilliance from Shingo. 2 backhands from the top draw.
Game.
Get the break back.
Kunieda.
Shingo hit the ball back behind Gerard, and that's the hardest shot to do. You're turning, and then you've got to turn back again, and you can see the ball skidding off. It's not giving them the time to set up to get it back. I think this is going to be a pretty fast-paced, and of course the chairs are really fast now as well, so these guys, they're quick around the court. They're not cheap, these chairs. They're all purpose-built for the players.
Brilliant.
Fantastic. Forehand, back across court.
15 love.
Deep into the corner. Not a chance from Gerard. And I think, again, first bounce, taking it up early on the first bounce.
Well, we knew, Pete, we were talking about this last night, weren't we, that it was going to always be first strike tennis, and you can see Kunieda just keen to impress his authority early in the point over the free swinging Belgian. But it comes sometimes at a cost. See the idea, just trying to get the backhand up high to the retreating Belgian there, but just spilling long.
Well, also, I don't think Kunieda doesn't want to give Gerard confidence. He doesn't want to let him get too many games on the board, I think, because if Gerard gets confident, he's going to have real problems. And that's what happened beginning of the week.
Yeah, he powered his way into the final. Brilliant 1-2 from the Japanese man, who is sort of wrestling with, do I wear my cap or not? It's kind of like a ritualistic thing.
30.
Yeah, Gerard was pointing his return. He wanted down the line, not hitting. He doesn't want to hit it to Kunieda to give him an easy put away. You know, it was a great retrieve by Gerard there, facing away from the court. Watch this, facing away, and then
40,
he put it back in, and Kunieda just basically hit a fab forehand down the line. You know, they're both pressing, but actually they're giving themselves less time as well, because they're both trying to take each other's time away, and they're taking their own time away. But, you know, it is actually still only 1-1. Wow. He got lobbed, he came back, he looked to see where Kunieda was and just stroked it back down the line. Watch this. Look. Oh, he's the other side, I'll just do that.
Just compelling, jaw-dropping entertainment watching these wheelchair players. Fabulous match.
That's class.
Always frustrating for the returner when you've given it some push into court.
Left, first serve.
Just bobbles over. Kunieda will get a first serve again.
Advantage, Gerard.
Under siege again then, the world number one. Break point for a second consecutive break of the top seed's serve. Kunieda, a man that's seen it all, done it all. He's been in this situation endless times before. Can he come out of this one? Brilliance from Gerard.
Game,
Wonderful
Gerard.
backhand winner to seal the game. Gets the second break of serve. He's 2-1 up in the opener.
Fantastic game. Well played.
Gerard leads 2-1.
Took the ball early, took Shingo's time away, and then hit it outside. And fabulous pushing. You can see the chair gliding across. From a chair point of view, the surface is good because it's fast, nice and smooth. There's no bobbles, which is really nice. And you know, they would have serviced their chairs before they came on, make sure the bearings are okay, the tyres are pumped up. You have to do those things.
Anything in the body language there, or the chair language? Joachim Gerard with his back to Kunieda. That looks very assured, doesn't it? Kunieda facing him. You know, we saw these differences yesterday. The ladies were often facing each other. Some would reverse the
Mind
chair.
games.
Yeah,
Mind
exactly.
games.
Well, it's court presence, isn't it? Going for the customary ice pack on his neck. It's just what he always does. Hydrating, well, still early doors, of course, but it's just so far perfect tennis drama. Lighting up day 5 here from this fabulous Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre. It's been a cracking week.
Time.
Yeah, and I think also Shingo Kunieda's got a little bit of extra pressure, perhaps, with some of the VIPs, the Japanese ambassador, perhaps, and sat next to Lady Olwyn, Sir Geoffrey Cassie's lovely wife. So knowledgeable about tennis, it's great.
Love.
That's the thing about the big man, Gerard. He's very, very precise with his attack. And it's that weight of shot combined with that precision that makes him a deadly opponent. Well, he engineered the point beautifully there. Kunieda, credit to him. Good, solid defence. It's a makeable volley, though.
Yeah, I would have expected him to make that. And I think he's showing Shingo Kunieda that this is what he wants to do.
Strong, bullying the backhand down the line. He was in trouble in that point because Kunieda got him across the tram lines wide.
30-15.
But he recovered it really well.
Yeah, and you look at his backhand, you can't actually read where it's going to go. I think he saw in his peripheral vision Kunieda move back to the ad side, and so he went back down the line. Great deep tennis, fantastic shot play.
40-15.
Judging from this performance alone and what with having beaten Kunieda already this week, you have to say that Gerard has just a sparkling future. He's been a real serious threat to the world #1.
Game. Gerard.
Well, a good service hold to 15 then for the Belgium to back up the earlier break of serve. He'll be delighted with that. And
Gerard
Kunieda
leads 3 games to 1.
possibly a little frustrated, unable to exert any more pressure on the return game there. So he trails 1-3 now. Top seed in danger, still early doors. Or was there a call? Or did he find the line with that?
I think that skidded off the line, didn't it? Off the baseline.
Didn't hear a call.
Love 15.
It did as well.
Yeah. Back of the line.
Wow.
Okay, but anything white counts.
He's riding his luck. Clever serve from Shingo.
15 all.
Well, you've got to say, he did have a couple of chances to put his overheads away, though. So, you know, he's feeling the pressure, perhaps, feeling a bit nervous.
$30-50.
Well, that kind of comes with the territory for Gerard.
40-50.
He likes to play early return tennis with great effect normally. Kunieda with 2 points to reduce the deficit.
Again, Kunieda.
A brilliant hold to 15 to mirror that of Gerard's the game prior. And he's trailing 2-3 opening set, the Belgian with the break
Gerard
of serve.
leads 3 games to 2.
Anything stand out for you, Pete, in what he has to do to try and turn this one around?
Well, I'm just mulling some of that. I've just been looking, you know, Gerard, he trains at the Justin Henan Academy, and, you know, he's got the mindset, he's got the talent. He has beaten Kunieda this week. That's a big plus, big positive for him. And Kunieda's he's beatable. You know, our very own Gordon Reid beat him, broke his 77 match run earlier on in the year. And Gordon's unfortunately wasn't up to par this week. He had a bit of a virus, because it would have been fantastic to see him competing out here against Gerard or Kunieda. But I think you can never take him out at the end of the day until the last point's played. He's not going to ever give up.
And let's face it, he's the master of responding positively to adversity. Shingo Kunieda in picture really is. He's got several ways to pick a lock, but, and the big but for us that we were talking about is we know Gerard's got a huge game, and when he's finding his spots, it's like he can blow anybody off the court. But it's about sustaining that high level. Here he is serving with a break of serve. 3-2 opening set. Thunderous dispatch from the big man.
Fantastic serve, straight down the middle.
15.
Deep, pacey, and had Shingo stretching, full stretch. Ball came back and he just popped away the overhead. Lovely play.
Great hand skills from the world number one.
15 all.
There's a telling length on the returner serve that got him the easier volley.
Yeah, look where he hit the returner serve, way inside the baseline. He missed it. These guys have got
30,
great
50.
wheelchair skills. You know, in the training program they do fan drills and all sorts of things to make sure that they're turning and their power from the very first push is maximised.
Well, interesting, when you look back through their head-to-head history, they did meet in the final here
40-50.
a couple of years ago. And Shingo won 6-love, 7-6, and the tiebreak was 11-9. Since then, though, Gerard has much improved.
Oh, and he got that. Oh, unlucky.
Almost the perfect turnaround, but not quite. And this game is founded on fine margins.
40-30.
Great pushing by Gerard. Being lobbed by Kunieda, and he's pushed right back, and he only just pushed it long.
Oh, fabulous backhand down the line, greeted with a fist clench.
Gerard.
He's 4-2 up.
Lovely backhand down the
Gerard
line.
leads 4 games to
Straight,
2.
just tickled over the top of the neck and just the net, and just went straight like an arrow down the side of the court.
Imagine, Pete, the utter elation of performing well on this world stage, televised, up against the world #1. You're a break-up. Can he sustain?
Well, I'm rather hoping he's not thinking of any of that. He's just thinking of the next point.
It's
Or
easy to
where am I
say
going to
that, isn't
return this?
it? The old adage.
Back
one
behind
ball
him
at a time.
or short across court?
Poised for another ambush on return of Kunieda. Gerard here. Oh, he's found the line again.
He's got it. Wow. Did you see that? He was leaning right out of his chair. Watch this cross court.
15.
Watch Gerard leaning right out of the picture. Bang on the line. Fantastic backhand.
Testament to his physicality.
It's a tough game to play, wheelchair tennis. You've got to be fit and flexible. You'll see the top players now doing their bands and all sorts.
Oh, he's just kissing the lines now. 2 consecutive backhands on the line. Imagine Kunieda will have to start serving to the forehand. Crisis point here for the world #1. 2 points away from 2-5.
15-30.
Cometh the hour.
Well, there's your answer. Love 30 down. Ace.
Can he weather the storm? Well, a collective sigh as Gerard has a rare miss.
Yeah, but he was trying to hit it back behind
30 all.
Kunieda to make it much more difficult for Kunieda to turn around and actually do any damage with his shot. It didn't quite come off.
At times, he's comprehensively outplaying the world #1.
13,
Well, he went for the
14.
same serve, but he didn't get the width on it, and it went straight into the pocket of his forehand, Gerard's forehand, and he tonked it down the line for another winner. Break point.
Oh, he's done it.
Deuce.
Oh, it was called long at the last minute.
I think he thought that was going to drop into...
I think we all did. With the quality of serve that Gerard has, you'd imagine that a double break cushion would almost close the set on Kunieda, should he break here. Oh,
Advantage, Kunieda.
just missing the lines twice then in consecutive points. Kunieda holds on. Still work to 2. Very important point for the world number 1 here. He's just so deadly on that second serve return.
Deuce.
Like you inferred, Peter, if he doesn't get that serve really wide and it's in the slot of Gerard, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he is, and he knows that. Like there. I think he thought his serve was long, though.
Advantage, Gerard.
What a treat to this season-ending finale here. Vying for his 4th consecutive Masters title, Kunieda. On this mount, his first. Came runner-up in 2013. Can he go one further?
Game,
Brilliant.
Gerard.
Gets the break. He's got the double break cushion. He'll come out after the sit-down and serve for the opening set.
Gerard leads 5 games to 2.
Great tactics. He came in to hit the serve, return a serve early, and hit it straight back to Kunieda. So he gave him no time to do anything. And Kunieda popped it up and gave it, I say, relatively easy shot for the winner. But nothing's easy at this time of the match and this time of the year and this tournament. You know, this is one of the most prestigious tournaments we have. This is the NEC, you know, the Masters, the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. And it's an amazing place to be here. The atmosphere is great. The players are all loving it. Tennis Foundation do a fantastic job sorting all this out.
It's a culmination, isn't it, of basically 160 tournaments over 40 countries with over $2 million in prize money for the tour now. And it's the year-ending finale. It's the big one, the one that they're really gunning for you. Only the top 8 in each division qualify, and only the top 4 in the quad events will be bringing you the quad final, our 3rd match today. Our 2nd final will be the women's. That'll be up after this one.
I know what that feels like, being in the final.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Highly decorated, Peter, aren't you? With just boxes full of medals.
Well, I think they're all in the garage.
So, the moment of truth. Joachim Gerard, 4th seed, serving for the opening set here at 5-2.
Left, second serve.
He didn't start the game well.
Nervous.
Double fault. But that's what they say. It's the hardest one to win, this game.
$15 all.
Venting his disapproval there, Kunieda. Normally very, very quiet, but unhappy with missing that one. Just wants to compound some return pressure in this game right here. Otherwise, the set's gone. Well, finding it hard to sustain the top quality pair that he produced to get him there. Now he's trailing 15-30. Kunieda eyeing the break of serve opportunity here almost.
I think Kunieda thought the serve was a bit long, but he was taking it so early.
40.
He's really making the point, giving Gerard no time to do anything with his backhand. So he's got 2 break points to face on his own serve to bring it back to juice, but all the pressure's on him now.
30-14.
Well, that's a little surprising, missing his return off a second serve. But he's got another point now to try and claw back another game, bring him closer to Gerard. Did he touch the net? No. Oh, and he got it.
Brilliance from Kunieda. Desperate to convert that opportunity. He does just that. Reduces the deficit to 3-5. Can he turn his fortunes around here?
Oh, it's fantastic
Gerard
get by
leads
Gerard.
5 games to 3.
Fantastic get the the drop shot that Shingo did, but you've got to be careful. He's pushing really hard and fast, but he still can't touch the net. You know, your chair is considered part of your body, and if that chair or the wheel or the hand rim touches the net, you lose the point.
How do you put the brakes on? Literally with your hands?
With your hands, yeah.
Wow.
And if you look at Shingo's hands, he's got tape on his fingers.
Yeah. Callous build-up.
Well, or they get burned.
Very nice from Kunieda. You can kind of sense that possibly Gerard's getting a little
Ladies and
bit
gentlemen,
tight.
as a courtesy to both players, please do not use flash photography during play. Thank you.
Brilliant angle.
Love.
That was a lovely drop shot. Gerard was never going to get that, even on the second bounce.
Love.
Well, a real shift in momentum now in the world #1's favour. Such a valiant game to break serve just now, and he's backing it up well. The old adage of break is not a break until you hold serve. And looks like he's going to be emphatic in that regard right now. That's a brilliant hold.
New balls, please. Ball change.
Stays in touch. Trails 5-4. Joachim Gerard has another opportunity to serve out the set after the sit-down.
Gerard leads 5 games to 4.
Guess it's all about first serves, Pete.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do. I think he slightly overpressed previously in the previous couple of games. You know, he got a bit excited with himself, 5-2 up against the best player in the world. And then suddenly we're back to 5-4. And he's serving, so you would think that he's in charge. But at the end of the day, he's going to decide where he serves that ball. But he knows that Shingo's such a tough opponent.
Do you know what he does really well, though? What we love, don't we? Is I love particularly watching that wide serve from the deuce court, opening up the angle, getting Shingo outside the doubles alley with plenty of court to recover, and then you've got the whole court to bash it to, and he really does have a heavy first strike after the serve, so that's where I want him to go personally.
Yeah, serve wide and then go to the open court. You know,
You want your opponent
simple
off
tennis.
the court with the big points, don't you?
Well, especially these guys, they are so quick in their chairs. That's what. I mean, it's probably harder to see or visualise when you're watching it on the telly, but when you're at the side of the court, you can see how much speed they're getting from the very first push. You know, they've got the tyres pumped up to like 120 psi. Look after equipment.
Gerard serving 5-4 opening set here. Can he do what he couldn't do at 5-2 and hold on? He's found the line. There was no gesture from the lines lady, no call. Skidded through the line.
15.
Needs to land the first serve here. Indications of tension from Gerard.
Love 30.
He was finding the mark with those kind of shots at the earlier in the set. Kunieda so good at ramping up the pressure and sustaining the pressure. There's no lapse right now from this man. He's on it.
Did they call that? Is it a
I don't know,
fault?
but the umpire got the death stare there.
Second
It was a
serve?
late call. Second serve.
Oh, big miss.
15,
Big miss.
30.
He doesn't usually miss those mid-call. Okay, but it's still 15-30, so it's still quite a bit of work to do.
That was 5-all right there. But as it is, Gerard with a lifeline. Brilliant return.
Fifteen, 40.
He's not getting his first serving, and that's the problem. When he's getting his first serving, he's putting Shingo under pressure. Because he's gone his second serve, he's now gone 15-40.
2 break points. Oh, he's spilt wide.
Kunieda.
Kunieda levels up at 5-all, and the excitement and eagerness about this match builds even further.
5 games all.
It was always teed up to be a super match. It's been a match that's been much talked about. The pretenders have come and gone, and the contenders remain. What a match. Deadlock now, 5-all. Well, he's all at sea. He's feeling the pressure now. Those balls that were coming out the middle of the racket and finding the corner of Kunieda's court are now turning into the odd miss hit, and he's just not quite as dialed in with his focus as he was earlier. Kunieda fully aware as well, and he's just turning the screw. A man who under pressure shows mental fortitude time and again.
Well, it's the mark of the champion, isn't it? 5-2 down. Now look at us, 5-all, 30 love, and he's been much more precise. Again, took his time, watched which way Gerard was going to push, and went back to the open space, back behind him down. Lovely.
And significantly, on the cusp of another love service hold like the game prior for Kunieda. Ah, that'll stop the rot. Trying to pierce the bubble of momentum that Kunieda's built. Much more proactive.
Well, that's his signature shot, Gerard's signature return, and he's got to do much more of that. Get back into that little focus bubble.
A little greedy with the angle there on the juice court serve.
Yeah, but he can do that. He's still got another point to play with.
So is it going to be 4th game in a row for Kunieda? Not with returns like that, says Gerard.
Deuce.
And that's the danger. If you don't get the serve out wide, for both of them, they're both just as effective like that on those returns.
Brilliance from the Japanese man. A really telling length on that second serve. Kept Gerard pinned back. And there's this strike here.
Advantage,
Wonderful
Kunieda.
angle.
Yeah, outside lines. That's what did it. Not quick enough to get there. The ball's coming off really fast off the surface.
Serve was too short, got what it deserved. Back to deuce we go.
Right smile, I think, from Kunieda there. Just thinking, God, what have I got to do to get past him? Fantastic. Right, it's got to be a good serve now. First serve, wide. I'm wrong again.
Well,
Advantage, Gerard.
unforced error from Kunieda by his lofty standards.
Yeah, I picked the serve the wrong placement as well.
So, breakpoint opportunity for the Belgian here. Oh, everybody held their breath around the arena, but Gerard breaks. He's 6-5 up, first set, and will get a third opportunity to serve it out after the sit down.
Gerard,
That's very brave. Well done. I'm really impressed, Gerard. That, you know, he had points against him and he came back and took that game. Actually, against the flow, you've got to be said.
Yeah, that was really brave, wasn't it? Because he had to sustain that positivity that he opened the match with. Suddenly sort of just got a little bit sort of stifled and handcuffed, didn't he? And a little bit too conservative. But now, free swinging, he has to continue in that vein this game. Now, if he misses, well, that kind of comes with the territory. But I want to see him come out and just swing out for this opening set, Pete.
Yeah, it'll be great if he can. I mean, I've watched a lot of Kunieda before, and I have to say, prior to this last few points, he was in the momentum, he had the flow, and so often in previous matches he's actually just kept going, and he's ended up 2 sets, you know, and the next set's gone 6-love in 25 minutes, 20 minutes. But so Gerard sort of, he stopped that flow, and that's really what he needed to do. So this is going to be very interesting.
This is all about mental dynamics right here. Has the 27-year-old Belgian got what it takes? He answered that question equivocally on Thursday. Got the win in 3 sets against this man. Can he repeat? He needs this opening set.
Love 50.
Cool, calm and collected on that one.
15.
Kept his eye on the ball well, despite the oncoming net rusher. Brilliant first serve time as well. 2 points away from the set now.
Put a bit of extra pace on that too. New Shingo was rushing in. Very hard to control it.
again finds the first. Now, 2 set points for Joachim Gerard of Belgium.
40-15.
Brilliant.
First set,
Snatches the opening set.
7 games to 5.
Despite a sort of slip along the way, manages to clinch it 7 games to 5. He'll be delighted. And the first set, though not terminal, will allow this player to relax a little bit now on the change of ends. So back in June, he took a set of Shingo Kunieda at the BNP Paribas Open de France in the main draw there in the final. Then, earlier this week, he wins the match in 3 sets against Kunieda. 3 sets, though, to remind those of you just joining us. But now, he takes the opening set, something that he didn't do on Thursday of this week. He lost the opening set, but won the next 2. But Shingo was a little bit subpar, has to be said. But now he's taken the opening set as well, and he has an opportunity to do this in straight sets. And that would be a seismic upset, because that would really shake up the world of wheelchair tennis. A man in Shingo Kunieda that's had just a stranglehold over wheelchair tennis for so long. And this is a man, Kunieda, who's won 7 singles titles to date in 2015, taking his career tally of Grand Slams to 20. And all 3 majors he's won this year as well. Let's just take a look at how he won the last point of this service game and snatched the set.
It's that lovely backhand of Gerard's, putting it back, putting Kunieda under pressure, and then he basically hit it back behind Kunieda into the gap. And I say, as the ball comes off the court, it's actually skidding off very fast. So the players, even though they're fast in the chairs, have got less time to react. And you can see that Gerard is now changing the grip on his racket, which they do pretty regularly, because obviously you push the handle of the racket against the wheel rim on the chair, and it destroys the grip. So you can go through one of those per set. And you need that grip, because if you miss your first push, then you're not going to get to the ball either. So it's like when you're standing up, it's like your first step.
A split step.
Yeah, split step. It's the first push. Your first 2 pushes will get you going. And the guys are using bigger wheels, and as I say, the tyres are pumped up as hard as possible. So like about 120 psi. And they're very lightweight wheels. You know, it's like Formula 1 essentially. The chairs are custom made to each player. He's got knee pads to stop his knees moving, so you're fixed in your chair. Tennis Foundation doing a great job, and Dan Maskell, Tennis Foundation, fantastic job getting chairs into centres so that anyone can play. You don't have to be a wheelchair user to play. You can, any disability.
So Shingo Kunieda makes his way back. He's trailing the opening set. He's been there before. He's very strong mentally, and no one in this arena will be at all surprised if this man managed to turn this match around, but very much up against it now, against a man who really has improved his game. He's got a big heavyweight game, but Joachim Gerard, well, he had that still-eyed look of a very focused young man. So it's going to be interesting to see how the second set unfolds. Can this man sustain the momentum, or is the brilliance of the world #1 going to fight back and turn it around? Only time will tell, but I, for one, am just delighted to be part of this exciting, glittering year-end finale here at Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre. It's the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. You're in the company of Paul Hand and Peter Norfolk. Great to have you along. Don't go anywhere. We'll be bringing the women's final after this, and then followed by the quads final as well. 3 in a row. Kunieda to get us underway.
Second set. Kunieda to set.
That was a message of intent.
Yeah. Kunieda's taking his hat off. There we go. Down to business
15
now.
love.
Make sure you don't run over the umpire's toes, the lines judge's toes. It's not classed as a let either.
That's the standout feature of his game. We've seen that all over the last 5 days here at Lee Valley. Look at how early it takes it. Now, I was going to ask you on the sit-down, but you kept gibbering away. Do you think that this man, do you think that Kunieda should be serving to his forehand right now, Pete?
Well, certainly not to his backhand, that's for sure. He's got to go wider. Shingo's got to serve wider to not give him the shot in his pocket, because he's just killing him. Right, so now he's... OK, that's better. Down the tee seems to be working, but that's still to his backhand. It's a bit dangerous. OK, so 30-15. Where's he going to serve?
Well, of course, he has his own patterns of play, the ones where he really likes to serve, and obviously that's to his backhand more so, so it's kind of strength against strength.
Well, he could do it the other way, of course. If sometimes these top players, what they basically decide to do is break down the strength. We were talking about it the other day, and if you break the strength down, then the match goes. It's easy.
Kunieda does something that he didn't at the start of the opening set. He's held on to his opening service game in this second. That's a good start for him.
First game, second set.
It's a set he's got to win in this race to 2 sets for the title. For Joachim Gerard, it would be his first Masters wheelchair tennis title. He was in the final here in 2013. For Kunieda, it would be his 4th consecutive title here. The event will be hosted again in 2016 at Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre. After that, who knows? But they certainly have hosted it really, really well. Tennis Foundation laying on such a good season-ending finale. Terrific scenes, brilliantly staged. Good crowds in today as well. Inflatable clappers to hand. They make a din when they get going. So, Gerard, love 1, second set.
15 love.
Well, that'd be nice if you could do 3 more of those. We'd be well happy with that. He's got it. It's got 2 bounces.
Brilliant.
Nice
Just
play.
prodded it to the corner. Exquisitely executed.
You watch Gerard's movement here. He's always moving the chair, turning. Even when he's turning away and out from the court, he's still actually looking over his shoulder so he can see where the ball's going. So the main point is he hasn't stopped. He's always moving. He's got it.
Oh, both men straining every sinew. Athleticism at its peak. Brilliant point.
40 love.
It was a great get. The thing is, Kunieda's got to know that on the drop shot, you've still got 2 bounces to get to it. So it's got to be a really good drop shot. And as I say, the guys are so quick.
He's found the line. Both men bringing their A game simultaneously. That's what they've come to see.
Yeah, it's heating up. Watch this. Kunieda's coming in. He's going to go bang. Pretty close. Probably it was inside the baseline, though. course, there's no Hawkeye or anything here.
One day we'll have it, Pete, I'm sure. It's only a question of time.
40-30.
Double.
Now, this is the thing. This young man, he has the tools, but everybody now is thinking, does he have the glue to stick it all together? And can he cross the finish line in such a huge event in his mind?
Crossing the finish line in any event against Kunieda is tough. It's not been done very often in the last few years.
But you know, in every event, there comes a rebirth, doesn't there? But there becomes a new player on the scene. With Federer and Nadal, with that stranglehold that they had over able-bodied tennis for so long. And then comes a young Serbian called Novak Djokovic, who suddenly now has that grip himself. Is this man the Djokovic of wheelchair tennis?
I think he'd like to be. But there's a whole clutch of them on the circuit at the moment from all different parts of the world. You know, we got our very own Gordon Reid. Fabulous talent. Yeah, there we go, it's Kemprex. It's ad out now. It's advantage
Kunieda.
That's all the 4 British players, Gordon Reid, Jordan Wiley and Lucy Schucker, Andy Lapthorne. They went into the final round of the round-robin matches, but couldn't quite go that extra stage to reach the semi-final. Narrowly missing out, but a spirited British performances from all. Very encouraging. Brilliance from the world #1.
Kunieda.
Impeccable timing.
Kunieda leads 2 games to 0.
Yeah, Kunieda just gave Gerard a little look there to say, yep, I'm still here. You're not going to get this easy. I'm coming back. There we go. Our very own Jordan. She's had a fab year.
Lovely girl as well. So easy to talk to. MBE as well, Pete.
Yeah, she's catching me up. Certainly a lot quicker on court than I am. Oh, unlucky. Kunieda just pushed him too far. He's just up in his game a little, I think.
15 love.
Bit more pressure, a bit more pace on the wall. Starting to stretch Gerard a little bit, starting to apply the pressure a bit more.
It's all very subtle, isn't it? It's about finding the spots.
Ball's good. 15 all.
I was going to say, that looked inside the line.
I thought that was good.
Yeah, it was. It was overruled by the chair umpire.
Yeah.
Immediately, which was commendable. Darren Michaels in the chair there. Credit to the lines team, though. They've done a great job throughout, as have the umpires.
Wow, what a return. I think neither of them realised that that was going to drop in.
15-30.
Whoa. He must have put a lot of topspin on there to make that drop down.
Brilliant angle from Gerard there off the backhand.
Yeah, he's stretching Kunieda on his backhand side. And when Kunieda's full stretch there, he's the last few points he's been dumping them in the bottom of the net.
2 break points then to get back on terms. Back on serve, I should say, for Gerard. That's the one he's been after for a while, Kunieda. That wide serve to the juice court. A nod of approval to his camp.
30-40.
Still work to do. Has to save a second break point here. Oh, he's found it.
Gerard.
Immediately breaks back.
You know, I was just sitting there. I was just thinking, where are you going to serve to, Kunieda? Don't serve to his
Kunieda
backhand.
leads 2-1.
So his first serve, which he missed, he went for the down the tee, and that's what he should have. Well, should have done that second serve really. Gerard's backhand's just been on fire all week, really. So I mean, that's the dangerous wing.
So we've got children from 9 local East London schools have made up the balls crew for the event, having undergone a selection process over the last 2 months of training. Do a grand job here. 1,500 school children have attended the Masters over the last 5 days, both watching and playing tennis. Great turnout today, really encouraging for this sport. Really has, this event really has put wheelchair tennis on the map. Very cosmopolitan affair as well. We've had the dignitaries in as well.
And of course, next year, Paul, is the 40th anniversary of the ITF wheelchair tennis, or when wheelchair tennis was founded, actually. American Brad Parks. I think I started playing in about 1989.
You shouldn't admit to that, Pete. All the viewers thought you were about 25.
Yeah, well, I am only 29, so it just feels like a very long career.
An opportunity then for Joachim Gerard to level up here. In this set, anyhow, trailing 1-2 on serve. It's all about tempered aggression for this man. He knows he has to go after it. If he starts pushing, then there's only one winner. Kunieda's so good when he's in the lead.
30-15.
Brilliant accuracy with that ace.
What a fantastic drop shot. He pushed Kunieda, Gerard had pushed Kunieda deep down behind the baseline with his backhand there. And he saw how far back behind the baseline Kunieda was, and he just went, popped over a little drop shot, popped out over the sidelines. Great vision. Oh, the lob, is it in? No.
40-30.
The lob in wheelchair tennis can be used as a very attacking shot. As we watched Andy Murray do it at the Davis Cup final.
On match point. Did you see that one off the backhand? Wasn't that gorgeous?
Oh, that great serve again.
Gerard.
You know, he's so dangerous.
2 aces in that service game then. Secures the hold.
2 games all.
Back on terms, second set.
You know, you just can't take Kunieda out. Kunieda has won so many big tournaments. And we have some amazing tournaments around the world in the wheelchairs, Uniglow Wheelchair Tennis Tour. You've got the BNP Paribas World Team Cup, which is like the Davis Cup of wheelchair tennis. Grand Slam tournaments, all the Grand Slams.
Futures as well, haven't you? You've got the whole lot.
Futures, yeah. We've got the NEC Wheelchair Masters here. There's
15.
all 6 Super Series events as well, which Great Britain has one at Nottingham in the summer, if you want to come and watch more tennis. There's lots more tournaments in Great Britain as well.
30 love.
Several dignitaries coming along as well. Duchess of Gloucester, Judy Murray, Lorraine Kelly, John Bercow, the Speaker of the House of Commons from 2009. He was here a couple of days ago with his family.
Oh, we also have Dan Musgrave Tennis Trust, our president Elaine Page, who loves her tennis too. Doesn't sing and play though.
Oh, that was a teaser. He almost had it. He didn't fully commit to that until the last minute.
Wow. Pushing right from the back of the court, right back up to the net. He was
30-15.
one push away from it.
Wow,
it was nice, coolly play by Kunieda there. Very easily have overcooked that. Nicely placed into the corner. You know, Gerard's so good at defending. He's facing the back fence,
40-30.
looking over his shoulder and keeps popping the ball back down the middle to Kunieda and keep testing him, going, come on then, do something with it.
Not quite as effective as he was in the start of the match off of his return, though, is he? Kunieda's found a way of neutralising that return effect somehow.
It was close. He only just missed that. But what Kunieda's doing now is pushing for those return of serves out wide. He's now getting to them. He's finding his range slowly.
Advantage, Kunieda.
Brilliant accuracy on the off forehand from the world number one there. He's desperate to avenge that defeat earlier on in the week to his opponent today.
That's what he's got to do. He's got to get it out of Gerard's reach. Gerard's got such a long reach. Yeah, fabulous.
Kunieda.
Exquisite hold. Kunieda leads 3-2. Second set,
Kunieda
trails
leads
the set to
3-2.
Gerard. Is there a changing in the guard in men's wheelchair tennis? The man who's won 39 Grand Slam titles since 2006, 20 in singles, 19 in doubles. He's won all the slams so far this year. The Australian, French, US Open. Next year, he'll be trying desperately to add the Wimbledon title to his name for the first time, because it's the first time that the All England Club will have hosted wheelchair singles. They have done for a long time in doubles, but now we're going to get singles as well at the All England. That'll be terrific, and I'm sure these two men will be vying for that title.
Well, that's going to be an amazing atmosphere there, with all the crowds that come around watching. And so many of them have never actually seen wheelchair tennis, so it's a great platform for us to show the best of the best. And not only that, what have I got to do? Say probably the best tournament in the world as well?
Oh, it's just the mecca of world tennis,
Isn't it?
Wimbledon.
Time.
where tradition meets modernity, of course. Absolutely glorious venue. It's magical. There's something spellbinding about the All England Club. But turning our attention back to this one, Joachim Gerard set up 7-5 to the good, but trailing 2-3 here in the second set.
Love 15.
Just couldn't contort his body out the way of the chair there.
Yeah, one of the hardest shots to get when it's hit straight at you. You can't step sideways, so you've got to lean forward and try and hit the ball right in front.
Bullying his way through that point, Kunieda there with a wonderful off forehand finish. Watch this.
Love 30.
Yeah, he ran around his Shingo ran around his forehand. Wanted to give that a big clout back into the corner to keep the pressure on him. Put a lot of spin on it. Love 30. Very smart. Came in, put pressure on Kunieda. Gerard, very smart though. Came in, hit the ball straight back to, because he saw that Kunieda was facing the fence, looking over his shoulder. Really difficult to hit those balls when they're jammed up.
Outrageous backhand volley from Shingo Kunieda there. Will bring up 2 break points in his favour. Opportunity for 4-2.
Game, Kunieda.
Gerard sliding across that backhand. The ball spills into the tram lines. Kunieda 4-2 to the good.
4 games to 2.
Just has the feel of a match that's going to go the distance now.
Yeah, it's the meat of the match, and I think this is where Kunieda really does stamp his authority on it. It looks like Lucas Sithole is going to be contesting the quad final. First quad from South Africa.
Chance to make history today.
15 love.
Opportunity to win the Wheelchair Tennis Masters in the quad event. He's the 3rd seed in the event. David Wagner, I should say, of the US is the top seed. That's who he's up against. He's got his work cut out. Head to head is 17-8 favouring Wagner. Thunderous backhand cross court from Kunieda. Confidence really brimming now.
30 love.
That's the trademark Kunieda shot. That's what we all know and love. He must have hit the roof.
40 love.
There he goes, lost the point, hit the roof. He was trying to get that high and deep back, which is what, especially if we're playing outside, hit it high and deep, give himself time to recover back to the centre of the court. Overcooked it, hit the roof, ball hit the roof.
Composed volley from this man. Still feels academic at 40 love though. Kunieda with 2 more points for a 5-2 lead. Seems the person who gets the first strike in out here tends to win the rally.
Well, especially with the surface, I think. I think when they're outside playing on another courts, they've got a touch more time. Because it looks like it's shooting through there. Like that.
Okay, Kunieda.
Ferocious forehand then seals the game for the Japanese player. World number 1. Well ahead now in the second
Kunieda
set.
leads 5 games to 2.
Just a game away from drawing level at a set apiece. Well, it really is bubbling up nicely, this final. Just what everybody'd come to see. It's been much talked about, this one. This man, of course, the excitement built because he lost earlier in the week in Thursday in the round-robin group stages to the man the other side of the net with his back to him. Just trying to win the body language battle. Looking incredibly focused. He's going to have to go the distance, you'd imagine, unless he has a real good form over the next few games. Just running through in his mind the tactical ploys that he needs to run. Does he have the strength of character to see this match through? In this big arena here. Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre. Huge moment for both men, but particularly this man, the underdog.
Well, I'd expect him to come out, try some big serves, have a nice little feeling from this match, irrespective if he loses the set, come out with a nice feeling from the serve. Ready to fire for the third if that's where it goes.
It seems that there's been a role reversal. I'm seeing now Kunieda inside the baseline far more often.
Love 15.
And Gerard behind the baseline. It was the opposite at the start of the match.
Yeah, well, it's similar tactics to, say, the game you would play. Wheelchair tactics is the same as it. Try to keep pushing the guy back, keep giving him less time, and then you can hit it outside the sidelines much easier. And you hit it outside the sidelines, you're going to get a point.
Just think that this man's low on first serves landed at the moment, and it's haunting him. Kunieda foraying to the net, bringing the match to Gerard now.
Love 40.
3 set point opportunities then for the world number 1.
Game and second set, Kunieda. 6 games to 2.
Wrenches the second set his way. 6 games to 2. We're going the distance here in the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Do stay with us for this deciding set. Don't go anywhere.
Fantastic game, fantastic set of tennis that. Okay, we're seeing a change in pressure. This is where Kunieda is so good at things. And actually, I have to say, I was up in the cafe before we came down here, and I got tagged and chatted to by the legend that was Esther Vergeer, who's probably won absolutely everything 6 or 7 times. And another lady who's so knowledgeable and so good. She was a bit like Kunieda, unbeatable.
Yeah, 14 women's titles between 1998 and 2011. Amazing.
Fantastic competitor, have to say. And we were chatting about, you know, which bit did you miss? And she misses it's the competition. I think once it's in you, the actual. Oh, I'm not sure. when it's in you, it's in you. And it's very hard to...
It's a sense of challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, the
Going
challenge,
for a
yeah,
goal.
perhaps, yeah. And tennis is so good at that. I do love going out on the court in the sun and feeling warm and getting loose and warming up. It's just a lovely game to be able to play. And, you know, wheelchair tennis is... You can play with anyone. You can... Someone standing, you can play with my wife or my kids or with yourself. You know, it's just wonderful.
I was saying with Louise, it's a little bit like an artist with a blank canvas, isn't it? It's your opportunity to express yourself and paint your tennis picture. You know, what are you going to bring today? You know, first serves and battering forehands. It's just, as you say, chance to really let it all out and, you know, take your mind off of other life issues. It's just fabulous. A really nice way to escape for a while.
Sure, and this is an amazing platform to show people that you can play wheelchair tennis. I had someone ask me the other week, said, well, how do you play wheelchair tennis? And I went quite simply, with a tennis racket and a tennis ball on a tennis court. Wheelchair tennis is the same. It's tennis. Tennis is tennis.
Final set. Kunieda's a set.
So the world number one then to start us off in this deciding set here in this exciting men's final.
New balls.
Well, one thing's for sure. If Gerard is to really seriously contest this deciding set, it's all about the start. The radar's been a little bit off. Credit to the first serves of Kunieda, of course. But in terms of return, he's not really been the same beast since the opening set.
No, he needed to come out here in the third set and just actually try and stamp his authority on the return of serve, because he knows he can do it. It's got a bit of the death knell to it.
That was a limp net error.
Yeah, it's the maybe the realization that he's playing the best player in the world.
Hampered by the occasion, perhaps. Only time will tell. Huge moments these, though, the early start of this third set for both.
40-15.
Well, it's a massive tournament, you know. It's the end of the tour. It's the end of the tour season. So even though this is big and it's $60,000 total pot prize money as well, so I mean it's not as something to be sneezed at. I'll pay for your airfare home.
Game, Kunieda.
Gerard spills the forehand into the doubles alley. Kunieda holds on and gets his scoreboard reeling early doors in this decider. Of course, it's such a coveted trophy that they all want to win, and Joachim Gerard's put himself in that position of being in this final. It's just so easy to overpress when you want it so badly. We've all been seeing those stifled performances that are bound up by rope, and he just needs to sort of cut the strings that are tying it up and let himself free off and just go for it. But it's so easy to say it from here. But he's got to go out there and be positive and just free swinging.
Well, Gerard doesn't have quite the same memories of how to win in these big moments that Kunieda does. Kunieda's had so many big times and big moments that he can look in his memory bank and go, okay, I just need to do X. Gerard's still learning this. Oh wow, he's got that. And you can hear them pushing so hard on the chair. You can hear the noise the chair's making.
Oh, he's missed wide with the overhead, having engineered the perfect point. Credit to Kunieda, what miraculous defense. What a turnaround that was.
Love 15.
And that's the pressure that Kunieda applies. He keeps pushing the chair, he's pushing it faster and faster, but he's keeping the ball in as well.
15 all.
And a collective sigh from the crowd as they can almost feel the momentum gradually fading away here. Can Gerard hold on to his own serve? Sheer determination from Kunieda's admirable to do what it takes to get through here at the moment. 2 breakpoint opportunities. And you have to admire his tenacity. He's just won the second set 6-2, but he's keeping the pressure on his opponent.
He's not going to be happy with missing that. He knows he had a chance there.
30-40.
He wants 2-love. Kunieda wants to go 2-love. He wants to break Joachim's spirit.
Kunieda finds the line and does indeed break serve. He's 2-love up now.
Kunieda leads 2 games to 0.
And it's not like Gerard's played a particularly bad game, but Kunieda so positive in intent here, making it happen, forcing the turnaround, bullying his way towards the finish line, you feel. Gerard's really going to have to rouse himself and bring his best to contest this match further now. Momentum very much with this man. Well, Kunieda beat Gustavo Fernandez.
15-11.
Takashi Sanada. And then Nicholas Pfeiffer yesterday, all in straight sets. And he's bullying his way through here as well as the Japanese man.
He's now putting Gerard from the back to the front of the court, not just side to side. He's pulling him every which way now. Oh, but you can hear the urgency in Kunieda. You can hear his chair going. You can hear him when he's expelling the air when he's hitting the ball now. He's now putting 100% effort in because he knows now's the time to put the pressure. He knows this is the meat of the match. This is it. He wants another Masters final trophy on his shelf.
Yeah, he's greedy for his 4th.
40-love.
And something that is admirable in this man is that he is an amazing front runner, as was somebody like Yvonne Lendl as an able-bodied player, of course. The Terminator, they used to call him.
Game. Kunieda.
They don't want to win, they want to crush the opposition. Kunieda, 3-love up now in the deciding set.
Kunieda leads 3 games to 0.
That's good. If Gerard's not careful, he's going to run away from him. It's going to be a love set. And that's what Kunieda often does. I've played quite a few matches in my time, and Kunieda has this killer instinct. It's just unnerving how he knows when to put the foot down on the accelerator and go, "Yep, I'm off." It's fantastic, and he's such a nice guy. There's no arrogance in him at all, and yet he must have that in his core because he's just so ruthless.
Well, most champions have that humility, and it's that fear of losing that often drives them.
Yeah, I used to hate losing, I have to say. I used to hate that more than I used to love winning, but the loss hurt more than the winning.
Well, meditating for some divine inspiration, this man.
Time.
It's going to take almost a miracle now to turn this one round, you feel. He still is only a solitary break of serve down, but you feel it's just a gigantic hill to climb.
It's true, it is only one break, but when you're on the court and you're looking at that scoreboard and you're serving and you love 3, actually it feels like a chasm away, and especially when you look up and you've got Kunieda at the other end of the court, it's like, okay, go back to 1 point, go back to where am I going to serve it? Where's he going to serve it?
So Joachim Gerard with it all to do in the deciding set. For those of you just joining us, he's trailing love 3 in this Masters wheelchair tennis final, men's singles.
15 love.
Oh, he got away with it. I was sitting here thinking, go for the big T serve. And he didn't. He went wide and Shingo gave him a nice point.
This is what he needs, though. If he could have a service hold to love, have a sort of statement game, that would be idyllic for Joachim Gerard.
That will make him feel better and maybe give him a bit more confidence back. Otherwise, it's going to be a quick set, I would think.
(30-15).
Yeah, the flow's now changing from Gerard. Gerard's really got to put some thought into this next serve, otherwise he's going to be facing a break point, and he really doesn't want to go 4-love down.
Yeah, he's been boxed into a corner. He's got to front up now and stand his ground. He needs a big serve here.
Okay, missed it. Kunieda's going to be really angry with that. Second serve, big point, 30-all. He could have gone 30-40 for a break point, and he missed it. He's not going to be happy with that.
Game, Gerard.
Brilliant job. Gerard holds on, stays in touch in this deciding set. Is there more music to come from him?
Kunieda leads 3-1.
You should say with music. When we had a quick look of Lucas Sithole from South Africa. He's got his own band. I'm going to have to look up, see what the name of it is now.
Gerard playing some symphonic tennis at the moment.
Love 15.
Yeah, the band. The music style's called Muscandi. band's called Amathalant Amhal. South African name.
Which means beautiful talents.
Good translation.
Love 30.
Wow, big moment here. Ah, the table's turning. Yes, indeed they are, says the Belgian. He's fighting back here. 3 consecutive break-back points. That'll be the last 5 in a row that he's won then.
Well, it looks like he's coming out of his little coma, his little sleep. He's come back on court, focused. Yep, he's got it.
Game, Gerard.
We need a guttural roar of a giant awoken. But he's quiet, subdued, but he's still got the break back.
Kunieda leads 3 games to 2.
Delight for all Belgian fans, misery for the Japanese fans. Back on serve here in this decider now. It has swung round. Just such a treat, isn't it, to have this? And it's televised, brilliant. Take it out to the world and promote this wonderful game of wheelchair tennis. Fabulous.
And I'm sure we've said it before, but anyone can play wheelchair tennis. You don't have to be confined to a chair. Any disability, get down to your local tennis centre or look up Tennis Foundation on the website. It's open to everybody. Down here, which is this great facility, this Lee Valley and Hockey Tennis Centre, they've got a wheelchair programme as well. Come down, have a look. Have a go.
Well, the Tennis Foundation's goal, of course, is to inspire and engage disabled people to be involved in tennis. Simple as that. So they open their arms with glee at the prospect of taking on more wheelchair players and broadening the base of talent to pluck from, whatever their ability or background. Just, they want to provide all opportunities and competitive pathways for the most talented.
Yeah, and they do education as well. They do everything. It's a massive spectrum. And fab job they do.
So, Joachim Gerard about to get us underway again, serving 2-3. He was trailing love 3 and the decider, but now he's fighting his way back here. Crisp volley to the space, though, for the world number 1.
That's lovely. Shingo followed in behind his deep shot, came in for that volley. Put it away beautifully. Nice strong wrist. Same technique as if you were standing up. All those coaches out there, it's wheelchair tennis, it's the same technique.
Yeah, keeps the racket head above the wrist very well on the volley to stabilise it.
That backhand of Gerard's that actually creates the damage, creates the pressure.
15 all.
And there it was deep and powerful behind the baseline that made or created the error from Shingo. But he's got to keep doing it. He's got to keep believing that he can do that.
Cool. Finds the baseline of Kunieda. Brilliant point.
It's very clever what he's doing. He's hitting it back behind Kunieda, made him turn, made him play a defensive shot that just popped back up into the middle of the court, and then Gerard hit into the open space. Done it
Again, the back behind. It's his favourite tactic.
Wow. I got to say, what's Kunieda doing? Hitting it to his backhand. Look, watch. Whoa, bang. Thank you very much.
He's not been shunning the elastics work. Oh, there's a freedom now to the way that Gerard's playing. That's 3 games in a row for him. He's pulling it out of the fire here, showing real character.
3 games all.
digging into that pool of belief that he generated on Thursday of this week when he beat Shingo Kunieda in the group stages 7-5 and the deciding set then. Can he do the same again here? Gerard a little bit passive with that backhand. I thought he was going to drive it. He opted for the slice. It landed a bit short and allowed Kunieda the momentum in the point again.
Well, if this goes all the way, of course, all wheelchair tennis is 3 sets, men and women and quads, all 3 sets. We don't play 5. But these guys are well used to playing 3 sets and big heat. Oh, look at that return.
That's what we saw in the opening set.
15.
It wasn't even a short first serve. It was really quite deep from Kunieda, but just dismissed from this man. Scoreboard parity, nothing between them. Oh, Kunieda spills wide with the off forehand, a little bit complacent there. Suddenly, a little window of opportunity for the Belgian. Can he push through that window?
Oh, why didn't he put it away? He came in, he had the whole court to put that away, and he hit it back to Gerard. But watch, outside
15,
forehand,
40.
he could have gone out the sidelines, and he hit it straight back to Gerard, who basically just hit it back, popped it back over Shingo's backhand shoulder. And he'll be well happy with that. 2 break points it brings up.
Well, there was no call on the deep baseline, but it didn't matter because Gerard flashes another inspired forehand winner, and he's back in the driving seat, remarkably. And more to the point, look at his eyes. He's got that
Gerard
focused,
4 games to 3.
still-eyed gaze. He's a man on a mission now. 4 games in a row for the Belgian 4th seed. Are we going to get a seismic upset for the 2nd time this week?
Wow, it's a wow. That's what it is, it's wow. Fantastic tennis, all court tennis. I'm so pleased I'm sitting there watching and not just sat on my sofa doing nothing. This is just amazing tennis. It's lovely, lovely to watch. Like 2 gladiators, isn't it?
It's amazing. It's a treat to be part of it, isn't it? And what an advertisement for the game as well. Jaw-dropping entertainment, great standard.
Yeah, and what they were doing, I was saying, we play 3 sets, all of us, men, women and quads. So these guys are well used to playing 3-4 hours deep into the third set tiebreak. And we're going into, this is the end of the season, but we go into Australia and all around in January. And they're also used to the heat, and it can be really hot out there. Same conditions as the Djokovic and all that playing.
Well, Joachim Gerard was the Australian Open runner-up and French Open runner-up of this year, but now a real serious title contender here. Serving 4-3 with the break, and a point to the good as well now.
And I was just going to say, big first point, big first serve. Can he do it? And look at that, beautifully struck into the deep into the corner. Didn't give Shingo a chance. No, it was called out. No.
Well, this is where...
No Hawkeye.
No, that's right. And that would be really exciting if we did have it. We don't. We rely on the good eyes of our Lions team.
He wanted that ace. Oh, you see? That's the problem, isn't it? He didn't get the ace he wanted, and that's back to 15 all instead of 30 love.
It's who's going to blink first in this set that will lose it, frankly. Four in a row for Gerard, who rightly takes his time. Big moments, these.
You know, he can't afford to do that. He's got to get his first serves in. He can't open the door for Shingo to just walk through, because that's what will happen.
Well, he knows it's got to be aggressive. He's got to go for it, to his credit. He did. It was a positive strike. At least it wasn't a limp net error, but he's got to find the line, or just inside. Kunieda then, with opportunity here to launch an ambush on return. Brilliant backhand down the line from Gerard, demonstrating his shoulder strength there, hinging from the elbow beautifully and deflecting that one for a unreturnable. Look at the strength there to back the chair out the way, and that's a really tough shot to play, even as an able-bodied player, to hit that off backhand with effect. Just waiting for some extraneous noise to settle down. Oh, he's left it, and that was timely as well, because the ball indeed did just spill long, and that brings up a point for 5-3 for the underdog.
40-30.
Oh, he went for the wide serve. Clever if it had worked. Oh, he's lobbed him. No, has he got it? Yeah!
Audacious with the lob. He's 5-3 up now, just a game away from the title.
Look, he just lobbed him, popped it over.
Gerard leads 5-3.
Oh, I think that was more surprise than anything. Shingo's one of the fastest push players on court.
Please, as a courtesy to the players, please do not use flash photography during play. Thank you.
Miraculously, Shingo Kunieda went 3-love up deciding set. Everybody thought the writing was on the wall. Suddenly, what character from this man? Joachim Gerard's won the last 5 consecutive games. Brilliant.
But he's got to do that. A fantastic return of serve, and Shingo took that. Look how deep that is. Back down the line. Down the line, it's an amazing shot. It's one of the toughest shots, but it's great point to win. And he needs this. He's got to put pressure back on. Break. Shingo's got to break Gerard's hold.
It's a must-hold service game for Kunieda. If he wants to keep his 4th consecutive title bid alive here. Feeling the pressure.
Well, everyone does. You've just got to find the little chink and keep knocking on it. Some people don't show it.
Does he serve to the forehand of Gerard, who's been so strong on the backhand return? Almost turned it around. Credit to Kunieda there.
30-15.
Oh, Kunieda missed his drive volley. He was sat right in the middle of the court. He had no choice but volley there. Slightly overcooked it.
30.
Can't afford to make these mistakes. It's getting really tense now.
Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it? It's palpable. You can cut the air with a knife out here. Crowd are just silenced in awe of what they're witnessing. Gerard 2 points away from the title.
Kunieda hasn't got a first serve in this game yet.
Pressure telling on the world number one, and that brings up a championship point for Joachim Gerard of Belgium, the 4th seed, on the brink of a seismic upset here.
He still hasn't got a first serve, and he's so needed that. Come on. Go on then, be brave. Go for it. Attack the serve. Go. There you go. It's done it.
Game, set, match, Gerard.
A roar of excitement. He's absolutely overwhelmed with what he's just done. 7-5, 2-6, 6-3. He was 3 love down in the deciding set.
Look how much that means to him. That is enormous win.
That is fantastic. The man who was the runner-up at the Australian Open and the French Open this year. We've had the fairy tale finish to a dream tournament for Joachim Gerard of Belgium. The 27-year-old has won the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Men's Singles Masters. And look at what it means to him and his coach. Fabulous scenes here. What a stunning performance of masterful control. He overcame the mental demons, and now he can reflect on a job well done, a fitting end to an excellent performance.
He's going to be such a force to reckon with next year. You know, with Rio and all the big Grand Slams coming up, this guy is going to be difficult to beat. What a play, what a match, well done. And look at the emotion. He can see how much it means to win. It's nothing to do with ranking points. It's nothing to do with money. It's about winning, quite simply. And winning a trophy like this that has so much meaning against the best player in the world is fantastic.
Well, rightly,
well
he
done.
is completely overcome with emotion. You can understand that. But this is a miraculous moment for this event. Shingo Kunieda's had a stranglehold over the years in the men's singles. Are we witnessing a complete turnaround now? 10-1, this man was trailing, head-to-head advantage for the world number one. Let's hear then from our 2 finalists. Our MC, Michael Kern, is joined by the runner-up now. So let's hear from Kunieda. We'll be hearing from him shortly. Not quite ready. But there's Shingo wheeling around.
Well, let's grab a quick word with this year's runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, Shingo Kunieda. Shingo, you can hear from that applause, the fans absolutely love that. A very tough match and a tough opponent for you today.
Yes, he's very tough this week. He played very well. He deserved it. Yeah.
Lovely testaments there from Shingo. Obviously, this week was a chance for you to go for a record four wins at this competition in a row. It wasn't meant quite to be this week. Why was Joachim so tough? Because it was 2 defeats in a week to him, wasn't it?
Of course, I'm disappointed now, but today I played well, but he beat me. So I think his serve and sub receive was very fantastic today. And I couldn't manage about that, yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fantastic competitor all week. Please put your hands together for Shingo Kunieda.
So humble in defeat. What a winner he is, Shingo Kunieda. A remarkable man. Let's hear from the winner now.
Well, let's now get a word with the winner here at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters 2015, Joachim, Gerard. Joachim, try and put that into words for us. You can see the emotion.
Happiness. It was a fantastic week. I played really good. I beat twice Shingo, who wasn't beaten for nearly 2 years. And I could manage to come back in this third set. So that was really the point that I'm really happy. And I'm really happy for my coach, for all the people who support me, who help me every day. And thanks to them to help me to be there. And I hope I could continue like this next year.
What's the key been this year for you? Because it's been an incredibly successful season.
For this season, I just try to enjoy it, to enjoy every match. And I did a lot this week, more. For sure, because I win, but because I play well, and yeah, and that was the key for me this year for all the season.
Well, it's been great to watch you play all week and all season. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this year's NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters champion, Joachim Gerard.
So just the presentation party then, going to come on to court. Patrick Huseman, tournament director there.
Your presentation party for this year's NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters men's final.
So Jeffrey Cass leading the way.
Please welcome onto court
Martin Corey
President of the
there,
Tennis Foundation,
the
Sir Jeffrey Cass, President and
Committee.
CEO of Middle East and Africa for NEC, Mr. Izuka, and board member of the International Tennis Federation and chairman of the Wheelchair Tennis Committee, Martin Corey. First up, please welcome forward your runner-up for 2015 at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, Shingo Kunieda. He'll receive the Tennis Foundation trophy from Sir Jeffrey Cass and a cheque for £2,093. Your runner-up for 2015 at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, Shingo Kunieda. And please welcome forward your champion here at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, Joachim Gerard. And he'll receive the International Tennis Federation Perpetual Trophy from Mr. Izuka. And a cheque for £4,500. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for Joachim Gerard.
So congratulations then to Joachim Gerard, who still seems reeling in disbelief about beating Shingo Kunieda twice in a week. That's the first final out of the way then. We'll be back shortly with our women's singles final. Jiske Griffioen of Netherlands, the top seed, up against Sabine Ellerbrock of Germany, the 5th seed. We'll be back in approximately 5 minutes then to bring you the women's single final.
Massive thank you to our presentation party. Thank you very much for joining us at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, please show appreciation once again for both of our competitors, Shingo Kunieda and our champion, Joachim Gerard. Of course, more final action on the way for you very shortly here on court number 3 as attention turns to the women's final. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, our next match here on court is our women's final. Please, first of all, welcome onto court your ball crew from Leytonstone. And please welcome your on-court officials and your chair umpire for this match, who is Olwen Roy.
Well, we're all just catching our breath then after that last match. 6 games in a row, remarkably, for Joachim Gerard, and he took the title against Shingo Kunieda. Remarkable turn of events there, just breathing deeply here. But we're going to be welcoming on to court then our second match of the day, the women's singles final. Jiske Griffioen, there she is, and Sabine Ellerbrock, and our MC's ready now to get the players onto court. Let's hear from Michael Kern.
Time now for our women's final here at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. First of all, please welcome onto court from the Netherlands, Jiske Griffioen.
Jiske's the 2012, 2013 champion and runner-up in 2014. She's contested the last 3 consecutive finals in this event. Top seed in the women's event.
And her opponent for this match from Germany, Sabine Ellerbrock.
Sabine's making her debut in an NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters final. Let's hope she's not too tired out after her endeavours yesterday. Late night match against Marjolein Baus, coming through in that long tie-break deciding set. 7 points to 5 she won the deciding tie-break. The 5th seed just edging through there. So I'm delighted to be joined by current player and ranked off of her career high of 10th in the world, Louise Hunt. Great to have you along, Lou, for this one.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
Who's going to win this one then? What do you think?
I mean, based on this week and how things are going, I just wouldn't want to place bets anywhere, you know. There's been so many surprising results, and I just think it's going to be a brilliant match. It'll be interesting to see how this one pans out. You
know, it's tough for these two, isn't it? They've got a lot to live up to after that enticing, intriguing men's singles final that was yo-yoing all over the place in that deciding set. What with Kunieda going 3-love up, and then Gerard winning the last 6 consecutive games. It was just incredible. I'm stunned by it, frankly. The mental strength and attitude and application of both men, but particularly Gerard, to come through in the crunch there. But on to this one anyhow. In terms of head-to-head, they've met 24 times, these two. Lady just getting into a chair, Sabine Ellerbrock, the lovely German lady, 5th seed. She's only won 2 of those 24 matches. She's trailing the head-to-head 22-2. And the last win was a while ago as well. It was over 2 years ago, back early in 2013. They met in Queensland, ITF 2. Sabine Ellerbrock won in straight sets there. And again in 2013 in Roland Garros as well in 3 close sets. But since then, it's been all Jiske Griffioen, the top seed there, just in the top of your picture, just wheeling on to the middle of the court, getting ready for the coin toss. So our umpire today is Roy Olwen. He's in the chair presiding over this one. He's not up there on his perch yet, but he's just doing a little bit of housekeeping. In the background there, just behind the umpires, Joe, you might have caught a glimpse of him. That's Jeff Newton, Chief Executive of the Tennis Foundation. Lovely man. There he is. I mean, very generous with his time and just so helpful and just overseeing the whole event. Does a wonderful job, Jeff. And credit to him for running such a terrific season-ending finale.
He's a really good guy to have around, Jeff. He's certainly been an asset to the wheelchair tennis game. He was out in Sao Paulo with us for our pre-Paralympic training camp a couple of weeks ago, and his enthusiasm for our sport is just, it's so wonderful to have somebody involved who just loves it as much as we do, really. I think Sabine's got a problem with her chair there by the looks of things. She's struggling to, is that maybe a problem with the strap, maybe?
Needs a bit of technical help by the looks of things. I wonder whether Pete will be running on court. Pete Norfolk, it's his company, of course, isn't it? EPC and the technicians, Keith. Is that right?
That is right,
Yeah.
yeah.
So no, we've had terrific scenes here already with the men's singles final unfolding drama in front of our eyes. It's been brilliantly staged. Celebrations will be continuing off stage, of course, for young Joachim Gerard, the 27-year-old Belgian. Kunieda, well, how humble he was in defeat. Very gracious. Sabine gets into a chair, just about to strap herself in. Still looks a little bit concerned. And I wonder, Louise, how she'll be feeling today. It's been a long, tough, grueling tournament for her. What with that big late-night encounter last night against Marilyn Buys that we commentated. 7-6 in the deciding set, that one. 2 hours, 45 minutes.
It was an absolutely brilliant match. One of my favourite ones of the whole tournament, really. And I think it's safe to say she'll probably be tired. But, you know, when you come through a match like that and you've battled through, whether you're physically, mentally tired or not, the battle through can give you that extra little boost. So it'll be interesting to see how she handles that today and just manages her own expectations, really. I think, like, the way this tournament's gone, anything can really happen today.
And Marilyn Buys was out against Aniek van Hout earlier today, wasn't she? Starting at 9:30 local time for that third and fourth playoff over on court one. I don't know the result there. Did you find out who won?
Yeah, Aniek won in 3 sets. I think it was a bit of a battle. I'm pretty sure she was telling me that she was 4-love up, and then I think she might have lost the set that she was 4-love up in. But she seemed really pleased with how she battled through. So and Marjolein seemed happy, but I mean, Marjoleins always happy, I think.
And Aniek van Hout, of course, is the second seed. She lost out to Jiske Griffioen yesterday. Let's take a look at our top seed then. Jiske Griffioen, the champion here in 2012 and 13, runner-up last year. She's always around the deciding end of this tournament in particular. She's the 2015 Australian and French Open champion. Women's doubles French Open champion as well. And also she's a winner at the US Open Women's Doubles champion too. She contested the last 4 Masters final. She was born with spina bifida before taking up wheelchair tennis. Jiske was a national standard wheelchair basketball player and represented her country at the Sydney 2000 Paralympics, aged just 14, where the Netherlands, where she's from, finished 4th. She's an 11-time Grand Slam champion in women's doubles and a 3-time Paralympic medalist. Also a 5 times Masters Grand Slam doubles champion and former world #1, alongside Aniek van Hout, who we're talking about just now. And with Aniek, she completed the Grand Slam in women's doubles, the Golden Slam, in the 2013 season. So she's a lady of vast experience. And she's got that business face on again. We don't see that smile break across her face. She's a lovely lady, but normally just reserves the smile for the win. You must have played her a number of times, right?
Do you know, it's funny, actually. I think in singles, I've actually only come across her once. It's funny how that happens on the tour. You spend all those weeks and weeks together, and then sometimes you almost end up playing, you seem to end up playing some people over and over again, and then someone else hardly at all. But in doubles, I've met Aniek and Jiske many times. So I'm used to being at the other end of the court to her.
She's the current world #1, 30 years old. She's had 30 wins this year, only 5 losses. And she's in a rich vein of form. Undefeated in her group matches. She beat her opponent today 6-3, 6-4 as well within that round-robin stage earlier in the week. And turning our attention now to her opponent. Well, for Sabine, it's her debut in a final of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters. And the question on everybody's lips is how are her reserves after that long, almost 3-hour last night? She's played tennis for 25 years as an able-bodied tennis player. She suffered from a foot infection back in 2007 after an operation and started playing wheelchair tennis in 2009. So hence the classical backhand. She likes to knife that slice backhand with great effect, particularly when she really finishes the shot and the arms split for balance. She's reached her first Grand Slam final in Melbourne 2013, being as high as 1 in the world in that year. She won her first Slam title in Roland Garros that year. She was a runner-up in the US Open in New York as well, same year. But, and then she went on to back it up by winning the Australian Open 2014. As a result of Van Hout being injured, she returned to the world #1 position. She's 40 years old, so a little bit more senior than her compatriot. I should say she's a German player, beg your pardon. She's not Dutch, she's German. She's ranked 5th in the world at the moment. She's been as high as 40 wins this year, only 16 losses. So both are players of pedigree, but you've got the top seed against the 5th seed, essentially. Here's, well, I thought that was Roy Allwyn, but I've been misinformed. Allwyn Roy, there we are, that's what it is. I've got the name the wrong way around. There she is, presiding over this one. Tense moments this then for both players. Of course, they've got the men's final to... It's just finished. People have... there's been an exodus from the stands of people. They've just gone for toilet breaks, refreshments. You can see there's only a few people seated. But they'll be back in their masses to watch the women's singles final, you would imagine.
Burnt off a lot of energy watching that last one, I think.
Oh,
I think
wow,
the excitement got
drained.
to them. They all need a bit of a rest.
Yeah, it was overwhelmingly exciting, wasn't it? Just the whole way that it just completely swiveled on its axis. Everybody thought that Shingo had it in the bag at 3-love. There's Joop on the left of your picture. He's Dutch, but he's the coach of the German player Sabine Ellerbrock, ironically, playing against a Dutch player today. And is that the physio alongside
Yeah,
Joop?
that's Sabine's physio as well. So she's got a nice team with her, which I think has certainly been a benefit to her. They seem to have good chemistry this week.
And no sighting of charismatic Christian.
Yeah,
where the
Christoph. Yeah, where's Christoph gone to?
Christoph's a German coach, also in the camp. I don't know, perhaps he's on the toilet break as well.
I'm sure he'll be hiding away somewhere.
Time to get a little refreshment. Talking of that blueberry muffin. I reckon it looks rather tasty, doesn't it?
Where are they? We haven't been given any of those, have we?
He's going to share that with his partner, isn't he?
Oh,
would you like some?
Go.
Oh, no.
Oh, she had to go straight in. There we go.
There we are. I wonder if he'd give his last Rolo away. There we are. So just undergoing the last-minute preparations, and both players just readying themselves for the start of this women's singles final in this wheelchair tennis event. What a sparkling start we had today with that men's singles final, kicking off at 1 o'clock local time. But now, as we approach 3:40 in the afternoon here in London, we're going to be treated to the women's finale. Following this, we'll have the quads final, but it's going to be Sabine Ellerbrock to get us underway. Rip-roaring start from Griffioen. It's quite a tough dynamic, Lou, isn't it, when you've had such a stranglehold over an opponent. Got to come out and do it again.
Yeah,
a lot of pressure on the top seed in that regard.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's one of those things where you almost have that dangerous kind of perception, oh, I should win this. You know, I've done this so many times before, but that can sometimes be a bit detrimental if you overthink it.
She's won the last 14 in a row, has Jiske Griffioen.
It's quite a record, 14 in a row.
And Sabine is no mug on a tennis court, that's for sure. Very experienced. So it looks like it's going to be battle of the slice backhands. These two sterling advocates of that shot. Top seed holds on then and gets her scoreboard reeling. She's 1 love up already in a closely contested opening game.
Both returning well so far by the looks of things. And there's that point that we kept seeing over and over again yesterday. If you can get your opponent out wide, especially on that ad side, the space is there to hit to.
Ellerbrock, who succumbed in her opening service game, is desperate to put the wheels back on here. Two immediate breakback points then for the German. Conceded to Griffioen on her own serve with a bit of a limp double fault there, but still finding their stride out here in this women's singles final. Early doors, 1-1.
another battle of the backhands, I feel, coming throughout this match. But again, if you give Jiske that comfortable ball, sort of mid-court, you can just see there how comfortable she is just putting that away. Very calm.
Sabine Ellerbrock, the German, serving. She learned a lot of her skills. She spent 25 years playing in the German Bundesliga system before her foot infection. So that's a grueling way to learn your trade. A lot of good players in the Bundesliga. Nice wrong foot from Griffioen there. Another 2 break points. It's become a familiar feature of this match already. Tend to see a lot of return breaks of serve in the women's game. Well, a double fault concedes another service game, and the top seed races away to a 2-1 lead in this opening set here of the women's singles final. For those of you just joining us, this is contested between the top seed, Jiske Griffioen, and the 5th seed, Sabine Ellerbrock of Germany.
That little newly strung racket, I think, just got snuck in there for Jiske.
People slowly spilling back into the stands then, after the exodus, after the, well, the most exciting men's singles match I've seen in a long time.
And what an amazing atmosphere there was as well, wasn't there? It was so lovely to see the stands full, and everyone seemed to really get behind one of each of the players. It seemed like quite an even crowd, which was nice for both. So, brilliant atmosphere. And hopefully they'll all gradually trickle back in.
I'm sure they will. It was inflatable clappers at the max, wasn't it?
And look how chilled out they are watching us, see? That's what we want. Put your feet up and enjoy.
Yeah, we've been treated to some excellent tennis throughout. Grueling 5 days for the competitors. Griffioen serving here with a break of serve. 2-1 to the good opening set.
Perfectly set up the point there. Brilliant first serve from Jiske.
Wonderfully blended point from the top seed there. The depth on the shot prior made it a beautiful opportunity just to throw in the drop shot there.
Very deceptive. It looked like that was going to go deep to the base, didn't it? But she just sort of seemed to take the pace off at the last minute. Such a strong service game there. I bet she's much more pleased with that than the last one.
Starting to sort of really assert herself is Griffioen. All her experience at this event. This is her 4th consecutive final here, NEC Masters. Ellerbrock, in contrast, just a little bit slow to get going out here. Perhaps a little jaded after endeavours last night. Cast a look towards the umpire as if saying, aren't you going to overrule that, ump? But it was indeed just slightly long.
Ellerbrock just hitting nice serves, but just that little bit too much in Jiske's comfort zone. She can just rip through that forehand there. I think that's what she can expect if she hits it into that zone.
3 points against her for 4-1 for Griffioen. Staring down the barrel now with a second serve. Well, credit to the server. It was a nice deep second serve, keeping the returner off.
Much more conviction on that serve there from Ellerbrock. Much more the committed serve that I think we saw more of yesterday, actually.
Oh, that's a shame. A limp way to concede another service game with a double fault. Griffioen sitting comfortably on the change of ends here then, as a consequence of some strong work on her behalf. Leading 4-1 opening set. It's all in favour of the top seed at the moment. And it seems it's a big mental battle for Sabine, trailing that head-to-head 2-22. So that's a really tough ask. Having said that, there's Joop making notes there, the Dutch coach on the left. Well, he's actually the German players coach, but he's a Dutchman himself, just to explain. And he's very fastidious, meticulous in that detail. When you talk to him, he's really into, you know, finding any little angle he can for his charge to win. And he's had to obviously work hard to get inside the psyche of Sabine overnight in her endeavours here.
I think that's the best coaches, you know, though, the ones that really take the time to get to know the player, because every coach-player relationship is completely different and they work differently. So if you really take that time to get to know them as an individual, you can really get the best out of them in their performance on the court.
Accuracy, weight of shot. She's got it all going on now.
A lot of double faults creeping in from both players in this match. Is that maybe a reflection of nerves?
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Big moment for both. Match going through a little bit of a lull. It's inevitable, but as you say, just indicative of the fact that the cameras are on and the world's looking in. Telling slice backhand there from Ellerbrock. Encouragingly, she's got a break back point here to reduce the deficit. Well, positive strike, just missing.
Just sitting a bit short there, wasn't it? Couldn't quite get enough depth on that ball. Just sat a bit too much in Ellerbrock's comfort zone.
So second break point opportunity then for Sabine Ellerbrock.
Thought that was nearly an ace there.
Well, unusually, we've seen the 3 game points decided by double faults from both of them. So, as you said, it seems very uncharacteristic, frankly.
It does. A strange pattern emerging, but odd from both sides as well. And that was 3 double faults in that one game as well, which we haven't seen from Jiske too much this tournament.
From day to day as an athlete, you never know how you're going to get out of bed and how you're going to feel. But the thing is that the way you feel really has no bearing on the way you play. Sometimes you can feel lousy, play great, and vice versa.
Yeah, it's an interesting point that I was talking to Jiske last night, and she's actually been ill this whole week. I didn't realise, and she said to me that yesterday was the first day that she really started to feel a bit more human. Were her words. You know how these things go. Bit of the end of year blues that we all get, you know. But sometimes it almost distracts you, and you just battle through it in a way.
So 3 points to redeem herself. Brilliant return cross court with the knifed slice. Very active on the return with the chair. Very imposing. She's got good court presence, the top seed. She's 5-2 ahead now.
Nice to see her game point 1 with such conviction. Hopefully we've eliminated those double faults for now.
Yeah, it's been unusual. I've not been recording my stats like I normally do, but I can't recall the last time one of these guys held serve. It'll be interesting to see if Jiske can come out and hold for the opening set. Just taking on the obligatory banana, bit of sustenance, hydration as well. Of course, that's all important. And as you said, the year is sort of taking its toll, isn't it? It's been a long year for these athletes. They've had 5 days of back-to-back competition here as well, in this sort of spotlight of media on looking as well. Tough moments for them, but they do deal with it admirably.
Yeah, interesting time of year, especially for the Dutch team, because this is their last international event, but they've got their Dutch nationals in 2 weeks' time. As you can imagine, that's a very strong draw for their national championship, so they've got a little bit left for the year.
Griffioen serving for the set now. Stuart Smith on the left of your picture, and very involved with Wimbledon club. I should say the All England. There is Stuart Smith on the committee of management there, just cleaning his specs. Mobile phone going off in the crowd.
Great use of the court there from Jiske.
So the world number one, as she was earlier in the week, in a commanding position against a familiar opponent. Set point. Seals it with a winner. And she'll be delighted with that. Good work from her. 6-2, the opening set in favour of the top seed. All looks fairly academic with respect to Ellerbrock at the moment. The matchup when they played earlier was 6-3, 6-4 earlier in the week. Jiske with the win there. She won through her group fairly comfortably. 3 wins, no losses. Sabine Ellerbrock, she came through with just the solitary loss to Jiske and had 2 wins of her own as well against Jordan Wiley and Lucy Shuker, both Brits in that group. That's a tough group to come through, wasn't it? Wow. Now, how can Sabine Ellerbrock make a fist of this? You almost feel she's got to do everything about 5% better, frankly. She's got to eradicate the double fault. She's got to just find that telling length and hit through that committed slice backhand. A little bit more weight of shot, a little bit more accuracy. It's all very subtle in tennis. It can change in a heartbeat, the momentum. But it's about now that she really has to get her resource up together if she's to contest this match, because Jiske Griffioen off to a flyer. Now she'll be disappointed having done all the hard work there. Missed the easy forehand.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absolutely tremendous effort to get the short one. Again, it always feels like the easy points are the hardest ones to make. Another battle of the backhands there. Jiske being nice and patient, waiting for the space. I think she definitely picked the right ball.
hasn't found the rhythm on her serve today so far. Been all at sea. Whether it's just the culmination of playing a lot of match tennis this week and she is slightly fatigued, I don't know, but she's just not herself at the moment. Ellerbrock. Telling return off the off forehand, just hitting the inside of the ball there for Jiske. Great disguise, so deceptive. Back to Juice then.
Yeah, she's just not seeming to settle, is she? Again, could that be a bit of fatigue from yesterday, a bit of nerves?
3 in a row then for the top seed here. Opportunity to break. Well, another rather unforced error from the 5th seed, and Jiske Griffioen turning the screw even more here. 6-2 up and a game up as well. Really totally orchestrating affairs, but very much helped out by the generosity of the German opponent at the moment. Sabine really wrestling with herself. Happens to us all. We've all been there. It's a horrible place to be, isn't it? Particularly on a big stadium court in front of telly and what have you. Can she settle down and just relax?
I mean, we saw Ellerbrock come back for yesterday. She managed to turn her game around, become more aggressive. So there's still all to play for. You just never know how a game is going to pan out. I mean, we saw it with the men's earlier. I mean, who'd have thought Gerard could go 3-love down and then win 6 games on the trot to seal the 3rd set. So there's still all to play for in this match. Ellerbrock just returning just a bit too central there, which is perfect for Jiske. She hardly had to move really for that one.
It's all about keeping the ball away from the belly of the court, away from that middle zone where the top seed's so deadly. Much freer swinging now, though. Is this the start of the turnaround? Griffioen spills long, Ellerbrock breaks back immediately. That's commendable, a good turnaround mentally. Started to really longer cuts at that forehand throughout those rallies.
Just seems to be taking a few more balls on that first bounce now, keeping closer to the baseline.
Just caught a glimpse of Lucas Sithole. He's up next in the quads final against David Wagner of the States. Jiske Griffioen so good when the ball's through the middle of the court at imposing herself quickly on the point. You sense that there's room for manoeuvre here. If Ellerbrock can just up her game that little bit more, she's going to be really in this one, because it's not like Griffioen's had a massive stranglehold. Two telling backhands, though, from the top seed.
I mean, it certainly seems to me that the biggest game changer in this match at the moment is just who can hold their serve the best. You know, we saw that Jiske didn't have the strongest service in the first set, but she was holding it that little bit better. Classic back behind there, and wheelchair tennis is just so effective. You know, we don't have that advantage of being able to just sidestep, so if you go back behind, there's just not the time to recover your chair back and take the ball early.
Sabine Ellerbrock clenching her fist as she wins 2 consecutive games then. She's in the lead for the first time in this match.
I think we saw a lot more control there, didn't we, from Ellerbrock? She's looking a little bit more calmer now. I think she's sort of just starting to settle in a little bit.
It's a real hush around the stadium right now, isn't there? Almost a contented purr. They've had their fill. They've watched an amazing men's singles final. This one hasn't quite bubbled up or lived up to its billing yet. That's not to say that it won't. It's starting to ignite, you feel. Ellerbrock's bringing more now, and these points are starting to be longer rallies and much more watchable contests now.
Yeah, we've certainly seen a lot longer rallies just in these last few games, haven't we, than in the first set. All the points seem to be over quite quickly in the first set. Lots of errors on the serve and on the return, so nice to see them both getting their teeth into a sort of more full match, really. But again, you've got two players who prefer to almost finish the point early. They're not particularly known for their long rallies and hustling the point, so that could maybe be also a reflection of why we've seen some shorter points. A perfect point executed there by Jiske. Very convincing service game there from Jiske. I think that's the strongest service game she's had there. Nice and committed, keeping Ellerbrock back. Let's see if Ellerbrock can come back with a similar one for her game.
It's all about her sustaining this sort of little roll of momentum that she's generated early in this second set.
I think that the point just like that, though, is where we're seeing the real difference between these two players, because Jiske's just taking control nice and early, and Ellerbrock at the moment is quite often even struggling to get a neutral ball off of her serve, let alone to be in control. Seems to be more about the placement, though.
A knife slice backhand return, just cutting through the court of Ellerbrock, and couldn't quite control the racket head here. As you say, often in defence off of her serve. And what a difference the first serve makes. She just can't find one very often at the moment. And as a consequence, she's pressured on that second. Testament to the quality of the Griffioen return. 3 consecutive break points then for a 3-2 lead here for the top seed. Well, she's laid down a good platform to work from, has Griffioen. 3-2 up and a set up as well. Pressure really now on Ellerbrock's shoulders. It's all about the serve return, isn't it, Lou? That's what you were saying. It's really quite interesting because it is quite apparent when you really attend that Jiske Griffioen is very aggressive on the return, but only because she's been allowed to. So you've got that sort of twin thing of Ellerbrock being down on several second serves, and, well, it's just playing into the hands of the top seed, isn't it?
That's the thing, and I feel like, I mean, there's a bit of, you can see that Ellerbrock's being a little bit tentative with her serve, but it's almost just, it's not a lot in it, it's just the placement, it's just drifting off a little bit slightly too much into Griffioen's sweet spot, and then she's just managing to take control straight away. And, you know, on a first serve, you would hope that you put yourself in the aggressive position to start with, or at least, and with a second serve, to be at least neutral. But at the moment, you know, Jiske's just managed to step up straight away and not really giving Ellerbrock a chance to even get into the points. I think after that game as well, Griffioen's a little boost in confidence there, especially from coming from 2-1 down.
Super return there from Ellerbrock, giving Griffioen a dose of her own medicine. Consecutive winners then from Jiske to keep in the ascendancy here.
I thought there was a little bit of an early change of direction there from Ellerbrock, but it seemed to certainly pay off.
Wonderful skills from Sabine Ellerbrock, and good court awareness as well of where the opponent was, with the shot prior going so deep, and then the lovely soft hand skills here.
Yeah, we saw yesterday, didn't we, that she's very confident on that tactic at the moment, and she's sort of winning. She's definitely winning more points than not on those ones.
Well, breakpoint opportunity squandered there. German slightly irritated as well as a consequence. Back to Jiske then.
Almost seemed very casual at that point, didn't it? In control from the very sharp start from Jiske.
I'm thinking about Jordan Wiley unusually, but you know, she actually did very, very well. She was the only person that took a set from Jiske Griffioen. Lost 7-6 in the deciding set. 16-14 in that tiebreak for Jordan. Griffioen yet to concede a match.
Yeah, it was certainly an epic battle, and one I hope that she can now reflect on in a positive way, because they both really did perform to their very best, and it was such an amazing example of wheelchair tennis.
Opportunity here for the German player. She's having one of those days, isn't she, that she just can't get across the finish line of these significant games when she needs to.
Yeah, just seeing an awful lot of struggle just on those big points. You know, she's been getting the big points, but just not managing to convert them.
Griffioen's getting frustrated because she understands the momentum as well. She really has it in her favour. Ellerbrock's sort of wrestling with herself, but she has now, the German, third breakpoint opportunity here to level up. Okay, so fourth breakpoint opportunity here for Ellerbrock. Is it this time? Is she going to get lucky right here? She'd love to see a second serve.
Excellent control there from Jiske. Just managed to almost block Ellerbrock up a little bit in the body, and then just gave her that space to just go straight down the line.
Just so good at averting danger, this top-seeded Jiske Griffioen.
And really putting out the big serves in this game, it feels. It almost feels like she's gone up an extra maybe 10% in tempo, I would say.
Oh, what a brilliant hold from a perilous position from Griffioen there. She extends her lead to 4-2. Ellerbrock, well, she had 4 game point opportunities, couldn't quite turn it her way. Momentum still very much with the top seed now.
15-13.
It's a kind of weird feel to this match, isn't it? It looks like somebody's pulled out the plug. Very unusual.
Yeah, it certainly seems almost a bit tense, maybe.
Yeah, like they just want it too much, both of them. Neither have particularly, well performed. I hate saying that because it sounds negative and testament to these players. They've been playing now for 5 solid days, and to, the top seed's credit, she's generated another break point here. Oh, got out of jail card with that wonderful slice backhand there from Sabine Ellerbrock on the full stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've certainly seen better performances from both athletes throughout the week, but again, it can be a reflection on the fatigue at the end of the week, the tenseness of the match. Obviously, there's more pressure on this one. I think it's a whole combination of things, but it'd be really nice to see them almost settle in a little bit and really perform the game that they know that they can execute. Just like that.
Yeah, that was brilliant, wasn't it, from the top seed? Wonderful off forehand.
She's really ripping through that forehand now, isn't she? Whether it's inside out, cross court, she just seems to be comfortable whichever way that goes now.
Out. Juice.
Not quite as much width on that return as before from Jiske, but got a little bit lucky from Ellerbrock's ball, just drifting wide.
Point for 5-2. Well, there we are. Just behind Jiske Griffioen then is Darren Michaels, the fellow that umpired the men's final. No piece for the wicket, is there?
Griffioen falling maybe a little bit lucky on that one.
Third breakpoint opportunity for 4-2. You feel that would be terminal from Ellerbrock's perspective. Still hanging in there. A little squeal of disapproval from Jiske Griffioen there. Back to juice we go then.
I thought we were going to see a little smile there, but she still maintains that game face, doesn't she?
Game face, yeah. So is this where Griffioen puts the lid on this game? Fourth breakpoint opportunity. Yeah, she does indeed get the break and extends the lead to a set and 5-2 now. It all looks rather academic, and you feel just a game away for the top seed now. Here's the last point that Griffioen broke serve on. 4th breakpoint opportunity here. It's a lovely knifed shot. And
yeah, I think
chair getting in the way there.
Yeah, I think the wheel. It looks like she actually, from that reaction there, I think maybe she just caught her hand on the wheel. It happens a fair bit in wheelchair tennis, and you then can't almost follow through because your hands got stuck, and by that point the point's gone. But again, it's you know, it's a really good tactic if you can get that ball straight down the middle and force your opponent to get caught up like that. I mean, you know, fair play to Jiske. It's a really good shot with amazing depth.
And something we haven't spoke about, of course, is perhaps that you know, perhaps Sabine, after that collision with the hoarding yesterday, has that real thumbnail issue on her playing hand that was bleeding yesterday. So there we are. Griffioen serving for the match now then. Well, she's in familiar territory because she won the title in 2012 and 13. Opportunity to do so now in 2015. There's a determined look about her now. Just 2 points away from the championships.
Looking relatively calm from Griffioen still.
A roar of delight from the top seed. She's been undefeated all week. That's her 5th consecutive win. Delightful moment for both. So respectful of each other's efforts. It's a match played in the best of spirits. There's Daley Thompson on looking. But it's all Jiske Griffioen, the top seed. The moment is hers. She is the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Women's Singles Champion of 2015. The game face is broken, and out comes the personality. She's delighted. That's her 3rd title. Very, very well done to her. So congratulations to our winner. Hopefully we can shortly hear from our 2 finalists. But what a moment then for the winner, Jiske Griffioen. A really imperious display all week.
Yeah, and I really hope that Sabine Ellerbrock as well can take a lot of positives from this week. I mean, to make her debut in the Masters final, I mean, that's an incredible achievement in itself. She battled through an amazing match yesterday through injury, and oh my goodness, it couldn't have been closer yesterday, could it? So I hope that later on she can certainly draw on the many, many positives and use it to move forward into next year. But Jiske, I mean, well deserved. Some incredible performances this week, and I think she certainly looks very pleased there.
She was masterful in her control of the match. Just some kind words from Javier, the tournament referee. So let's hear from our MC then, who's going to be chatting with the runner-up.
Well, let's grab a quick word then with Sabine Ellerbrock, our runner-up this year for 2015. Sabine, a tough encounter today against Jiske.
Yeah, she played only too well. I had no chance today, and well-deserved, Jiske. Congratulations. And I'm a little bit older than her, so I'm allowed to move a little bit slower. But yeah. For me, it was a great success to reach the final, and I had a tough fight yesterday, and yeah, what I said, well-deserved, Jiske, and congratulations.
Well, Sabine, it's been great to watch you all week. Ladies and gentlemen, your runner-up for 2015 here at the Wheelchair Tennis Masters, sponsored by NEC, Sabine Ellerbrock. Well, let's speak to our winner then, Jiske Griffioen. Jiske, congratulations. We were here last year and you're a runner-up. How much does it mean to be here this year and to be champion?
It means a lot to me. Last year I was so close. I came into the final, I think a little bit as the favorite last year, and then I couldn't make it. This year it was a different story. I had to battle for every match, and to win the final today is just great.
Great way to cap this year. Became world #1 in June. What a season it's been for you.
Yeah, it's been a great year. It's hard to keep up with everything you've done, and I'm just really happy that I can finish it this way.
Well, Jiske, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for your NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters champion for 2015, Jiske Griffioen. Get underway with our presentation, and please welcome onto court President of the Tennis Foundation, Sir Geoffrey Cass, President and CEO of Europe, Middle East and Africa for the NEC, Mr. Azuka, and board member of the International Tennis Federation and chairman of the Wheelchair Tennis Committee, Martin Corrie. First up, our runner-up for 2015 to receive the Tennis Foundation trophy from Mr. Azuka. Please welcome Sabine Ellerbrock. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Women's Runner-Up 2015, Sabine Ellerbrock. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome forward your champion of the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters 2015, Jiske Griffioen. And she'll receive the International Tennis Federation Perpetual Trophy from Martin Corrie. The NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Women's Champion 2015. Please show your appreciation one more time for Jiske Griffioen.
Well, congratulations then to our winner and runner-up. Deserved adulation for both. It was a well-contested match at the end of a long, grueling season. Just a few photos then for the two. Congratulations to the winner, Jiske Griffioen, top seed, has won 3 out of the last 4 years here. 6-2, 6-2. She was victorious. She extends her head-to-head. 23 wins to only 2 losses to Sabine Ellerbrock.
And thank you very much to our presentation.
We're going to wrap it up on this match here, and we will be bringing you our quads final up next. The top seed, David Wagner of USA against Lucas Sithole, the 3rd seed. That'll be up next in approximately 5 minutes' time. So don't go anywhere and do join us for that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as I mentioned, we do have our quad final on the way for you next. Please welcome onto court your on-court officials and your chair umpire, who is Martin Etheridge. And please welcome your ball crew from Chingford.
So great match then, the women's singles final. We're going to be bringing you the quads final next. The top seed David Wagner from the United States of America. Here he is, donning the cap. And let's hear from our MC to introduce the players.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, time now for our NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters quad final. Please welcome onto court from the USA, David Wagner.
41 years old, currently ranked 1 in the world. Sorry, he's been as high as 1 in the world, currently ranked 2 in the world. He's won this Masters title 7 times, has David Wagner. And he's the reigning and defending champion.
And his opponent for this match, please welcome from South Africa, Lucas Sithole.
Lucas Sithole, the 29-year-old from Johannesburg, ranked 3 at the moment. He's been as high as 2nd in the world in September 2013. After his US Open win, he won the Grand Slam there in that year. There he is. He lost both his legs, most of his right arm as well, age 12, falling under a train, and could today become the first African man to ever win a Masters title. So history beckons for Lucas Sithole from South Africa. There he is, just turning the phone on to silent. Don't want that one going off when you're just about to hit a serve, that's for sure. But he's been practicing vigorously, and these men met earlier in the week in their group stage, and I can tell you that David Wagner won that encounter 6-love in the deciding set. But it was a close 3-set affair, apart from that deciding set, ironically. 6-2, 4-6, 6-love it was. Also in there was Andy Lapthorne and Orlib as well from Israel. So Wagner came through the group unblemished. 3 wins, no losses. Lucas Sithole, 2 wins and just the solitary loss to his opponent today in this year's final. So it's an American, South African encounter. David Wagner, well, one of the most accomplished players in quad tennis, records 7 Masters titles, 4 Grand Slam titles, Paralympic gold in Beijing, finished the year-end world #1, 6 seasons in a row. Currently ranked 2nd in the world, but top seed here, because of course we had the withdrawal of Dylan Alcott. I'm joined by the quadfather, Peter Norfolk, the legend beside me. Let's hear from him.
Afternoon, Paul. Afternoon, everyone. Fantastic. Really looking forward to this match. And I've had a thrilling afternoon watching all this tennis. It's wonderful. So this is going to be an exciting head-to-head. And actually, it's going to be quite difficult to call this one. I watched Lucas Sithole in the summer when he won the British Open, and he played out of his skin. It was brilliant to watch. But David, in the picture here, David Wagner, is, well, one of my old nemesis. We used to have many head-to-heads, and he's never beaten until the last point. We can never put him out. He's a very clever player, good at defending, and you can see he's strapping his racket. So the quad division is for people who have players who have more than 3 limbs affected. So in other words, David's a tetraplegic, so he hasn't got the grip and the power in his hand, so he's taping the racket. Otherwise the racket would fly over the stands, same as me. That's what I used to do. I used to tape the racket, go through buckets of tape, and then turn the tape over so you don't lose grip on the wheel. You can see he's got rubber hand rims. The rubber hand rims are so he gets that first push, doesn't miss the push. Lots of players do that.
So would you tape into a neutral chopper grip there,
No,
Pete? Or
no.
Forehand grip? Or?
Well, I mean, obviously to each player's choice, but I mean, I taped mine almost semi-Western actually, but I changed my grip halfway through my career from traditional. I wanted more spin, but you've got to go low to high. You've got to basically what the top players, the men and the girls, are doing. Exaggerate, get more spin. Rackets are the same length, same height, same width, same weight. String tension, as you know, is imperative. With the new reverse backhand, if you've got looser strings, of course you lose a bit of control when you get more power and spin. Lucas has got lots of power. I mean, you can tell he's a fantastically fit young man. This is going to be extremely interesting. Lucas outside with the wind and the elements is a bit more unpredictable because when you watch him serve, it's one-handed. So he's got the ball and the racket in the same hand. So he struggles a bit sometimes if it's windy. So I'm quite looking forward to indoors, no elements, no sun, no wind.
He's a lefty as well, isn't he, Sithole?
Yeah.
Coming out from South Africa. Runner-up in this event a couple of years ago to the man in the other side of his net, David Wagner. And he came 3rd last year, Sithole, and he's won 5 titles this year, including, as you said, the British Open Super Series crown and South African Open as well, finishing runner-up in the Sydney International Open Super Series as well. If he wasn't a tennis player, he'd be a musician. We spoke about his band earlier. What's it called? Beautiful Talents, it translates as, doesn't it?
Yeah, I just met him in the corridor, actually, and just chatting, and he was chilling, listening to his music and trying to get into the zone. This is a big tournament for him. This is one of those moments for him that he really wants to come out and excel and try and beat David. So I hope he doesn't put too much pressure on himself. Yeah, but what is fascinating, when you look at his chair, I mean, obviously I do a lot of chair work, tuning chairs. Lucas he uses water bottles as his ballast to keep the front of the chair down. That's what it's taped onto his chair.
Wow.
Yeah, well, he's tried all sorts, and actually, because that's my forte, tuning chairs and stuff, and he still uses these water bottles because they work.
Is that quite sort of primitive, really? I mean, what would other players use then to
well,
balance?
You'd set the chair up differently so it didn't tip and stuff, but he's found that because he wants the speed, because you can see he's obviously limited on his right-hand side, he wants the front of the chair very light, so it's easy to manoeuvre the chair and quick and fast. But if he has it too light, he actually falls out. So what they've found, and you're quite right, it's primitive, but it works.
And he's very fast around the court, isn't he? It's one of his biggest assets, I've told.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, his power to weight ratio is enormous.
Made history in New York in 2013, becoming the first African to win a wheelchair tennis Grand Slam title. Another chance of making further history today to become Masters champion. That would sound so sweet to him, wouldn't it? And of course, it's something that his opponent today is very, very familiar with. He's been 7 times a Masters champion, has David Wagner, from the States. He became paralysed from the chest down as he landed awkwardly in the sea many years ago.
Yeah, well, he's a tetraplegic, so he broke his neck. So he's a very accomplished player. He used to play collegiate tennis as well, and he's just got that court craft. He's very good at reading what's happening, what's going to happen, and he's an amazing doubles player. Actually, he's great at the net, great putting pressure on you, and he has a huge win-loss record with his doubles partner Nick Taylor. Unfortunately, they've beaten us a few times, and my old mucker, little Andy Lapthorne, who's had a bit of a bad tournament.
He came in 3rd in the end, Andy.
Yeah, he's disappointed. He'd like to have done more. All our British players are. They'd like to have had a better showing here, because this is the premier event for them as well, and for the Tennis Foundation. So everyone's a little disappointed, but this is a great platform for us all to start 2016.
Yeah, this man's had 37 wins, only 10 losses this year. His opponent, 32 wins and 8 losses. So not a lot in it in that regard. Our umpire today is Martin Etheridge. There he is, up on the perch, overseeing things. In terms of head-to-head showings between these two, they've played 25 times in the past, and I can tell you the man with the cap, the American David Wagner, has won 17 of those 25 matches, and Lucas there has won 8. And most noticeably, Lucas's win in the US Open of 2013 was really poignant and savoured for him. He won 6-4 in the 3rd there to become the first African player to win a slam.
Yeah, Lucas has really pushed it forward for South Africa as well. He's well known out there, and he trains really hard. He's committed to making sure he gets better, and technically, if you look at his ability with what he's actually got to use, he's an amazing player. Look at that, one-handed, throws the ball up and hits the ball with the same hand his racket's in. The timing is unbelievable.
It's incredible, isn't it?
So he suffers in the wind a little bit if it's gusty, so it's sometimes quite difficult for him.
So he actually holds the ball in his sort of in his last couple of fingers.
Yeah. So he's got the racket grip slightly smaller as well, which because he's still got to push the wheel with it as well. So and then he uses his other hand to keep the balance. Really,
he is so highly skilled. That is phenomenal. Trying to
1 minute.
Control both hands above your head is hard work and tough skill in itself, but having to do that with the ball toss too, quite an achievement.
He's another one who's really started to take on the reverse backhand as well. So he's got the strength in the shoulders on his left-hand side to do that.
So he hits everything with the forehand side of his racket. Even as the backhand comes, he then reverses the face.
Yep.
Whereas a standard player would hit forehand side and then the backhand side on a different side of the racket.
Yeah, and I'd be expecting David Wagner actually to be slicing on this surface to Lucas to keep the ball low so that he can't get under it. So Lucas can't get under the ball and top spin it back.
So just undergoing the last few serves then, bit of last minute revision if you will, for you academics. And into our quads final then, to bring you results prior. Stefan Houdet won the 3rd-4th playoff against Nicolas Pfeiffer of France, so the 2nd seed came in 3rd. Joachim Gerard miraculously turned around a 3-love deficit in the deciding set against Shingo Kunieda of Japan to win 6 games on the bounce, to win 6-3 in the deciding set, and beat Kunieda remarkably twice in 1 week. And Jiske Griffioen, the top seed, had her way 6-2, 6-2 against Sabine Ellerbrock, who was slightly under par today. Didn't bring her best, but the 5th seed going down fairly comfortably there. So the women's winner, Griffioen, safely through. And this is our last match today. David Wagner, Lucas Sithole. Sithole to get us underway.
Yeah, it was a little bit loose by Sithole. They're going to take the time feeding in. There's a lot of pressure here, and they're both feeling the pressure. Even though David's won this a lot, this tournament, it's always different. Each time you come back up onto the court, you always get a little bit nervous.
15-30.
Certainly a feature of Sithole's game, actually. He does do a lot of double faults, but then once he gets into the flow, he starts hitting some big serves and aces. It's just if he can reduce his double fault.
So much to play for.
Yeah, he's got to keep the double fault count down.
Well, it was the telling return that did the damage from Wagner there. Really good length and accuracy. And a nice easy follow-up put away. So 2 immediate break points then for the American.
And there's the backhand. That's Lucas's topspin backhand. One of his best shot. So David's got to keep it away from there. But 30-40. Second serve.
Nice angle on that serve, really told. So 2 break points have come and gone. Danger averted temporarily then for Sithole. First use of the match.
Advantage, Wagner. Game, Wagner. First game.
Yeah, well played, David. That's really the start that he wanted. He wanted to let Lucas know that David's there. David's going to put the pressure on. You're wanting to break a serve straight off.
He's a very bright man, isn't he, with a great sense of humour. We've been upstairs having a bit of banter with him earlier in the week. He's a lively character.
Sure is. Well, I've played against David a lot over the last 10, 15 years. And yeah, you're quite right. He's a bright guy.
David Wagner to serve. Love 15.
Dangerous backhand, finds the line with that return. Really is a strength side.
And that's what David's got to be aware of. I mean, he knows what Lucas is good at. So what David's going to do there, 15-all, it's a good point. He's hitting to Lucas's forehand, but trying to keep the ball low, because Lucas has got to bend down, and his balance isn't fantastic. That's why he's got the big strap around his waist.
Calmly nudged towards the space in the court then for David.
Well, and that's the focus of the quad game. It's a little bit slower because obviously the disability is higher than the other two divisions. David's a tetraplegic, so there's less power than the men players.
14-15.
He's just calmly going round, doing what he does best, keeping the mistakes limited.
Game. Wagner.
Building nicely then on the momentum of the earlier break of serve. David Wagner, the top seed here.
Wagner leads 2-0.
Extending his lead. Looking very calm and pensive. Caught him this morning at breakfast and he was just collecting his thoughts. He didn't have a lot to say with his coach opposite him. They've been through the debrief, I'm sure, and they knew what they were about to expect. Familiar foes, these two. Played 25 times, remember.
I can see that's what David's going to do. He's going to actually keep putting the ball back in court on the forehand side. Lucas's dangerous side is his backhand. That's where his power and his winning points come from. But if he's got to up, he hasn't got a first serving yet.
Love 30.
Wagner piling on the pressure then by coming to the net.
Wait, please. Love 40.
Well, Lucas Sithole desperate to get his scoreboard reeling, and sometimes you can just want it too much, yet to settle. Wagner making hay whilst the sun shines, so to speak. 3 break point opportunities for a 3-love lead.
Unlucky. It was good pushing, good get. He's just showing Lucas. David's just showing Lucas that he's going to push for all the balls. Unlucky.
Game. Wagner.
A bit of a limp way to concede the game from Lucas Sithole there, the South African. And it's David
Wagner leads
Wagner
3-0.
that extends his lead. He'll be at the sit down, feeling pretty comfortable right now. That's the perfect start for the top seed.
And I think if you look at some of their head-to-heads, I think there's quite a few 6-0 sets. That's what David is actually very good at. Even if it's even starting, he can do 6-0s, or even if they go to 3 sets, he ends up playing the third set and winning 6-love.
Yeah, that's what happened this week, wasn't it? 6-love in the third set. 6-2, 4-6, 6-love. Very good front-running skills then from the top seed.
Yeah, Lucas has got to. He's got to do something. He's got to change something. You know, he's got to play to his strength, but he's certainly got to get his first serves in. And as I said right at the beginning, he's got to minimise his double faults as much as possible. Can't blame the elements today.
No, absolutely. So plenty to ponder then for Lucas Sithole, who's desperate to get his scoreboard reading, I'm sure. Looking deep in thought. It's all Wagner, I should say, at the moment. 3 games to love he leads in the opening set here in the quads final. Wheelchair tennis.
And again, that's where in wheelchair tennis you are allowed the second bounce.
Love 50.
So that gave Sithole time because it wasn't a particularly good drop shot. And Lucas is fast in his chair. Nice easy put away behind David. Nice pressure by David there. And so wheelchair tennis is allowed 2 bounces. Otherwise, everything is exactly the same. Same courts, same court size. The net's the same, the racket's the same. Tennis balls are the same. Nice return of serve down the line. David pushed, you could see it going there, but the ball is really skidding off this surface. And it's not giving them much time to react.
Oh, well, the backhand smash, the toughest shot in tennis, and Lucas Sithole taking advantage of that slightly short response there from Wagner.
Game. Sithole.
A lovely return of serve. Off forehand, back behind David Wagner.
Wagner leads
well played.
3 games to 1.
Well, he'll be delighted inside that he's got a game on the board. Every player wants to avoid that dreaded bagel. His campaign up and running here in the final. Can he build from here?
Love 15.
Daley Thompson.
Love 13.
Yeah, I was just chatting to Daley upstairs in the cafe, trying to get him to go and try a chair, to try wheelchair tennis.
What did he say?
Well, politely, he's not that good at tennis, but he loves his tennis as well. Though. He loves watching.
He's got a bubbly sense of humour, hasn't he, Daley? Lively.
15-13.
Still looks in great shape.
Do you know we were saying that upstairs? It still looks the same. You still know it's Daley Thompson, don't you?
Yeah. Looks in great shape.
He was brilliant, wasn't he?
I had a great story about Daley. He never likes getting dressed up, does he? He's always in his tracksuit and t-shirt, even when he attends these serious black tie do's.
What? 15-14.
Yeah, I think we're seeing quite a few mistakes at the moment, and I think that's just down to the pressure, the type of tournament, it's the end of the season. It means an awful lot, and they're just bedding themselves in a little bit at the moment.
Net, second set. Game. Wagner.
Wagner with a break of serve again on Sithole,
leads 4-1,
who couldn't consolidate on that earlier game. Wagner accelerates away again.
Well, you've got to say, David's won this 7 times. You know, it's an amazing record, really. He's been playing tennis a long time. He's been on the circuit for quite a while. And you know, he loves his tennis. He loves his stats. He loves the history as well. He's extremely knowledgeable. Yeah, he's still a young man.
Yeah, well, he is. He's 41 years old, and Sithole's 29. So what's that? What have we got? 12 years between them. But a man of vast experience.
Well, you know, in wheelchair tennis, you can play for as long as you can play. You've got a much longer lifespan than you have in the open footy game. So it's really nice. And again, upstairs we were chatting, trying to sort out a seniors tournament. Now, how good would that be?
That would be great, wouldn't it? Well, tennis is a game for life, they say, and certainly have over 35s events, 45s, 55s, 65, all the way up to 85s, actually. Down at West Hants, they have a spring national tournament, and you often see the 85s, and they're using the rackets to get around the court sometimes.
I quite like the idea of propping the bar up, actually.
David Wagner, then. Wagner, I should say. Top seed, 4-1 to the good here.
Fifteen. Net.
Oh, he was unlucky there. He went for nice, slow, spinny one down the tee, and he got it. Just clipped the top of the net. Yeah, it's good placement of his serve. Very careful, considered serve. He's serving there because he knows what he's going to, or he's trying to get something back. Lovely serve again. Serve out wide, goes out the sideline. Very difficult to reach.
3 points for a 5-1 advantage. There's Jeff Newton, Chief Exec of the Tennis Foundation.
Yeah, he does a fantastic job. That's why we're all here.
Very passionate about wheelchair tennis, Jeff.
And that's what David's got to be aware of. That's the scary thing about Lucas is he's either on or he's off. And at the moment, he's sort of missing 2 and just getting one shot. And Lucas has got to sort of turn that around and be getting 2 points instead of just 1 point.
(40-30).
So, advantage. Wagner's still got a game point here.
Game, Wagner.
Controlled backhand winner to the space then, and accelerates away here. Just a game away from the opening set now, Wagner.
Wagner leads 5-1.
David's also controlling the pace of the game. Lucas likes it much faster, and David's slowing it down. He's making him play slower. And Lucas doesn't like that.
Net, second set. 15-0.
Unlucky. David had read that. He hit a good return back, and Lucas banged that backhand topspin back. David was a little unlucky. He needed that to creep over. He's got it in. Good get. Oh, fantastic retrieve down the line by Wagner. Well played. He held his ground in the corner because he knew that Sithole would go back across court with his backhand, and he was sat there waiting for it.
Yeah, he kind of knows the pattern of plays, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Well read.
Out.
That was a good serve.
30-15.
Lots of pace on it. Sithole looks like he's putting a bit more pace on the ball. So if he can keep the pace up, that's going to make it very difficult for David, because this ball's skidding through off the court.
40-15.
That's loose.
I think he expected a call earlier on in the rally. So Sithole with a game point then for 2-5 here. Couldn't quite get there. Still has a little more room to manoeuvre though.
40-30. Game Sithole.
Good body serve from Sithole, and that consolidates the game. He's trailing 2-5 in the opening set here with a lot of
Wagner
work
leads
to do.
5-2.
Yeah, I don't think David's going to be feeling too bad about himself at the moment. 5-2 up.
Interesting that you say he really is making a conscious effort, isn't he, David Wagner, to slow things down here. It's quite apparent.
Yeah, he's in control completely. He's in charge of how long it's taking to do the points, how long it's taken. He's only taken away when Sithole hits his big backhand, and then the power and the pace comes through, and then he's just reacting to what's coming off the court. And that's really what he doesn't want to do. He likes being in control. He likes being dominating. That was always the challenge. I used to love playing to David because I used to love taking away his control. And once you can take someone's strength, it potentially is easier to win. But he's such a fierce competitor.
Do you remember your head-to-head tally with him, I wonder?
Do you know, no, I don't. I've no idea.
Conveniently?
Perhaps someone should tweet me. I have no idea.
David Wagner then, the top seed, serving for the opening set here.
15-0. Ball coming.
Back-to-back aces then for Wagner. 3 set point opportunities now. Sithole so determined to make a fist of this opening set.
40-30.
But he's up against the rhythm wrecker.
Yeah, still got a set point. That looks so easy, but actually he put a spin on the ball. You can see he put side spin on it, so
Deuce.
it not only it was going away from David, so he knew he wasn't going to get close to that. So he's wasted 2 set points, or
3 set points. Yeah,
3 sets. Sithole's actually been positive. He hasn't lost them. He's missed it.
Advantage.
Oh dear.
Sithole.
I like the pattern of play, but he didn't quite execute.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, at that stage, he knows what he wants to do. But I have to say, Lucas has got to be much more positive. And as soon as he's positive, he can put the pressure back on David. There we go.
Game. Sithole.
5 points in a row then for Lucas Sithole. The 3rd seed breaks, and he's still afloat in this opening set. Serving now 3-5.
Wagner leads 5 games to 3.
Really starting to command and play some really dictatorial
15.
first strikes after his serve and after his return. Very good from Sithole.
They all count though. And if you hit it hard enough, or the luck goes with you.
Well, it's 7 points in a row for the African player. The man from Newcastle, Natal, South Africa. So Wagner all at sea. 8 consecutive points for Sithole. Really fighting back very effectively in the business end of this set.
Fault. (40-15). Game. Sithole.
Well, Sithole very much afloat here. He's
Ball change,
won
please. New balls.
3 games in a row. Pulling it right back now.
Wagner leads 5 games to 4.
Yeah, it might be close, but Sithole's fantastic to bring this back. David serving for the set though.
Here's the game point. This is how he won the last game. Let's take a look at that good deep serve. Gets the shorter response. And that ball sitting a little too central. Lovely backhand winner.
Yeah, it was the really deep one that pushed David right to the back on the off. So the ball skidded off the line. So Sithole knew that David's at the back of the court on the backhand side. So he had a big open, big gap put the ball in. That's nice play. That's what he needs to settle himself down.
You'd imagine it's all about the first point of this Wagner service game, having had the opportunity to close the set at 5-2 on his own serve. He might be a little nervous now. He's serving at 5-4. Needs a first serve.
Well, David's been in this position a lot. I mean, we were talking about it with Shingo as well. David knows what he has to do. So he'd be going first serve. I'm guessing he's going to serve to his forehand, but that's probably just what I would be doing. Okay.
Gets the first serve in with the new balls.
And he served to his forehand.
Yeah. Certainly a thinking man's player.
And he's controlling the pace. He's keeping it. Trying to make him lethargic, I think.
You can see, you get glimmers of how explosive Sithole is when he really rips into that ball with a lot of racket acceleration.
Yeah, he's getting lots of spin off the ball as well, and the spin is taking it off the court. And David's struggling with that. He's turning and not giving himself the space to hit the ball.
Opting to go back behind the server there very effectively.
Well, I think David was caught. He was sort of on the baseline. He either moves into the court, or he turned around and came out and slowly basically hit it behind him.
Brilliant, explosive top spin forehand. Got the racket head nicely underneath the ball to get the brush and control. Watch this.
40.
Well taken.
Well, he took advantage of that little tickle on the net. One, two, nice serve. Ball came back to him mid-court, hit it to the open court to Sithole's forehand. So lovely, simple play. Needs this point though, because he's still 30-40.
Game. Sithole.
3 games in a row then for Lucas Sithole, the 3rd seed, very much back in this one now.
5 games all.
Very spirited set. A lot of people around here thought that first set was Wagner's. Well and truly, having been 5-2 up. Not so. Good mental skills from the African player.
Nice play by Sithole. That's nice serving, and then the ball came back deep. Used his forehand top spin. The ball bounced quite high. So for quad players, high balls are actually quite hard because of you haven't got the same strength and balance as some of the men players. It's a much harder, higher disability level. Of course, quad players are quad tournaments, same as men and women, 3 sets all around the world, 100 tournaments throughout the year. And in case you haven't been listening in during the day, prize money of $2 million, total prize money. Fantastic tournaments, the Grand Slams, World Team Cup. In Great Britain this year, men won the World Team Cup back in May.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
15-30.
That's the wheelchair our wheelchair World Team Cup. First time our wheelchair men have actually won ever, and of course then we went and
15-40.
replicated at the Davis Cup with our boy Murray. First time in a zillion years.
Lovely moment that, wasn't it? Brought the trophy here, of course, to Lee Valley Tennis and Hockey Centre.
30-40.
Well, just when you felt Wagner was turning it back around his way, Sithole bites back with another winner. Still work to do, though. Wagner with another breakpoint opportunity here. It's been all at sea for the last 3 games. It's been all Sithole.
That's fantastic lob by Sithole. Wagner's got great hands at the net now. He's a really good doubles player. That's smart by Sithole. He saw David was stranded in the service box and just lobbed him. And of course the lob's a great attacking weapon, used like that.
Advantage, Wagner.
Well, that was what was cursing him in the start of the opening set. Those double faults. We thought he'd got over that hurdle. So, another breakpoint opportunity for Wagner here. Thunderous backhand cross court, really well struck. A lot of racket head speed through that one.
Deuce.
That's brave, isn't it? Isn't that brave? That's fab to watch. Love that shot. But, you know, David's got to keep it away from that side. So he knows that his forehand side, although it's big, actually he makes more mistakes. Lucas makes more mistakes on his forehand side. And he's surely going to put pressure on the second serve. Yep. And
advantage.
Perhaps as
Wagner.
a consequence of that pressure, another double fault comes. So Wagner, I must say, in his 4th breakpoint opportunity here for a 6-5 lead.
Yeah, you can see the intent on David there, even though Lucas threw the ball up and had to re-catch it because it wasn't in the right place. David wants to take that ball early inside the court. He wants to give Lucas no time. He's got nothing to lose on this point. Second serve. Add point.
Oh, he's frustrated. A growl of disappointment there. He had that point right where he wanted it. Just missed the final high backhand volley. Very makeable.
Yeah, but also very difficult for this level of disability players. You know, no balance, no power up there as a tetraplegic. So, but he still should have made that. That's David's good in that position.
Advantage, Sithole.
Body serve from Sithole there. Just handcuffing Wagner.
Again.
He's done it again. Great shot he's added into his repertoire there. Fantastic. He knows David's coming in and he just popped it back onto
Sithole leads 6 games
over his
to
backhand.
5.
Brilliant play.
Seen a couple of those gorgeous backhand topspin lobs from Sithole, who seems like an eternity ago that this man was trailing 2-5. Now he's 6-5 in the ascendancy, and Wagner's got to come out and try and hold serve to stay in the set.
Well, it's an amazing turnaround. They must have sat down and done some well, obviously they did tactics. Lucas Sithole and his coach Holger, who's I'm sure sitting in a corner somewhere, and they've obviously decided that David is going to attack Lucas, and a lob is going to be part of his repertoire today. And David needs, well, he will be aware of that now, that's for sure. He's gone from, what was it, 5-2?
5-2, and serving for the set as well.
And now he's serving to stay in the set.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
A remarkable turnaround. And that's where tennis is such a great game. It can just be a subtle shift, can't it? One player goes marginally off the boil, the other raises it a little, and we've got such a turnaround in result.
Oh. 15 love.
I'll be expecting David to up the pace a bit actually now. Maybe just to, or he's going to make it slower, one or the other.
$30 love. Wait, please, David.
Telling blow off the backhand again. Really
13,
well
15.
struck return.
That's fine. Wait, wait. Thank you.
Very nicely played. Hit straight back behind
14,
Lucas.
15.
Hardest shot to get when someone's hit it back behind you. Got to turn the chair. And often on surface like this, the chair skids as well. So I guess they've had all their tyres pumped up nice and high, probably about 120 psi.
Game.
Very beautifully placed. He knew he just want to keep it deep in the corner, because he also knew even if Lucas got that, he would then get a short return. But beautiful, great depth.
So, treated to the lottery of a tiebreak then for the opening set.
One 0 Wagner. Two 0 Wagner. Two 1 Wagner.
Yeah, it was a nice serve, but actually straight into Lucas's slot, straight to his forehand. Wonderful shot down the line. I mean, it's noticeable, there's far less long rallies, there's very short points. And I think they're still both feeling just a little nervous. Quite rightly so, it's a massive tournament for them.
Audacious, but I guess it's all about doing what you can. Very tricky situation to manage there.
That's a typical David shot. You know, sometimes he makes that. Yeah.
3-2 Sithole.
Oh, it's backwards and forwards, isn't it? I keep thinking someone's got a bit of momentum going. They go, just need the next point, and the break. You know, they'll break away, and it just goes and changes again.
Yeah, Wagner's 2-love up, and 3 in a row for Sithole. Race to 7 points, of course, in a tiebreak. confidently struck after the first bounce by Lucas Sithole there. And he leads in the tiebreak. 4 points to 2.
Yeah, very clever. I think that was looking to be a long 2-bounce rally, and Lucas basically stepped in and went, no, I'm taking that on the first bounce, and hit with his favoured side, his backhand topspin cross. David's got to change what he's doing again. It's amazing, this. Yeah, very good serve. Go wide. Lucas's balance is stretching to try and reach that. Good serve. Wow, I was just thinking that was a great Lucas, when he gets his first serve in, that was a great serve. And David tried to put pressure on him, but Lucas pulled back on his chair, gave himself space, and hit a lovely forehand into the open gap there. 5-3, and with the serve to come.
Sithole.
Well, remarkable. About 20 minutes ago, David Wagner, the top seed here in the picture with the cap on, was 5-2 up in the set, just a game away. He served for it twice this opening set, but now he's facing 3 set points against him.
Yeah, I don't think David quite expected so much pace on the second serve. Lucas put a bit more pace on, and he was expecting a slightly easier return. Very calm. David's not panicking. He knows. Just keep plugging away.
Another effective wide serve from the top seed.
Yeah, he took all the pace off, puts the spin on it. And David really doesn't want Lucas to win the first set and start running away with things, because if Lucas starts hitting out, it's a really dangerous player.
Good pressure from the return of Wagner there. So 6-all in the tiebreak. Change ends for the second time.
2 clear points ahead now.
Yeah, all to play for still. Yo-yoing around all over the place this opening set. Untimely. He didn't need that then. Wagner will be delighted with that.
Well, I would expect. I expect Wagner now to seal this set. He's got to. He's got to big it up and go, right, I've had enough. Come on.
Big to the tee, maybe. That's what he likes on this side.
Well, yeah.
Serving to the backhand. Snatches the set, having been in all sorts of issues towards the back end there. The American takes the tie break, and he's a set up in a very topsy-turvy affair here. Let's just show you the set point again. It was a terrific deep serve, and he really kept taking the ball earlier. And that backhand eventually spilling wide. So a set that was all over the place. Still no telling which way this match is going to sway. Their last encounter earlier in the week went the distance. with Wagner winning 6-love in the deciding set.
Well, they've had plenty of time to prepare for this one today. I saw them both practicing and getting their chairs sorted this morning, getting the fluff out the casters so the chair rolled nice and fast across the surface. So any advantage you can have as a quad player, especially, you need the speed, and it's the standard. The quad games just keeps moving on, and we've got some more players. You know, my doubles partner, I used to play with Andy Lapthorne. He's 4 in the world, 3-4 in the world, I think. He needed a better showing here. He's disappointed.
Yeah, he came in third, and he beat Erenlib of Israel into third place.
Yeah, and he's a new player for Israel. Always keeps popping up new players, and we got someone from every part of the world. Australia, South Africa. We got American, British. It's amazing. It's fantastic. You know, all I'd say to you all, get out there, get playing, go and find a tennis court. All you need is a racket, a ball, and a tennis court. Play for fun, play with the wife, play with the kids. We put in with the Tennis Foundation lots of chairs into centres for you to play. Great fun, love it.
Second set, Wagner to 7.
Wagner to get us underway then in set 2, and he leads the set now, the top seed.
Love. Love.
Intent on keeping his advantage, Wagner.
Oh, unlucky, David. He went for that wide serve again.
Love.
I think we're just going to see David's playing solid tennis. I think he's got the first set in the bag. That's what he wanted. That will calm David down, and he just needs to play nice, solid tennis. He wants to stay on top of Lucas. He doesn't want Lucas to start getting a bit of confidence. Nice serve. First ace.
First game, second set.
I can't count.
Yeah, that was a really solid backup to a first set that was yo-yoing all over the place there. So Wagner very much in the driving seat again here. Now there's the former umpire. He was busy in our men's singles wheelchair final earlier, Darren Michaels. He's been very busy today. He was in the chair for that one, and then he's been on 2 lines thereafter.
15
And of course, both of these players and the other quads, all these tournaments, they actually count for the ranking for Rio next year. The quads are 16 draw, the women are 32, men's 48.
Now, does this man have the strength of character to turn this match around, having come so close to the opening set? Looks like he wants it.
That's a nice play. Again, hitting back behind the player. So when David hit that ball, he hit it back to Lucas and then turned. Lucas saw that and hit the ball back behind.
Game.
And then consolidated. What a great serve. So here we are. He wants a fight.
Sealed with the ace.
1 game up.
Showing a lot of attitude and application then. Very good from Sithole.
David likes 3-set matches.
Oh. 15 love. Just long. Oh. 30 love.
Just so anxious to get the upper hand in the point there. Sithole just redlining at a backhand.
He also doesn't know his own strength. It's a good serve by David. He's jamming Sithole up, so he hasn't got the space to hit the ball. It's really hard to, when you're crimped up, to hit the ball nicely and cleanly.
It's hard to release the tip of the racket, isn't it, in that situation?
Game. Wagner.
Wagner holds on to love, as Sithole did in the game prior.
Wagner leads 2 games to 1. Second set.
Still in the driving seat here.
Yeah, I think David wants to finish this in 2. That's what the feeling is. I get when looking at David. Been at the other side of the net against David many times. Always fun to play against.
Yeah, it's interesting that ritual, how he pours just a little drop of water on the side of his neck on the sit down.
Yeah, well, a lot of quads and tetras don't sweat, so because of their injury level, so they use the water to cool them down, or they'll put it on their hats and stuff. And especially when we're playing hot countries, ice towels, so obviously when we go out to Australia and other places, it can be very hot. You have to be really careful, and often the quads will play early in the morning, out of the heat of the sun, because it can be really dangerous. Apart from the fact that your tyres blow, that gives you a heart attack when they go.
I know, I've heard the noise of it.
Wait, please. Love 15.
And the other one, you'll probably see David, he retapes quite a bit as well to refresh the tape, because it stretches and degrades. And he does that because he wants to A, keep the grip, and B, keep the grip and the traction on the hand rim so he doesn't lose a push.
Again, jamming the body of the receiver. Sithole very effective there.
Well, what also makes it much more difficult is the fact that he's jamming David up, but David's playing with a fixed grip. That's what the tape's doing. So he's got to fix. All of his shots are with one grip. Great deep shot there by Lucas. So David's serve, his backhand, his forehand. So he does a backhand drive, forehand toss. It's all with one grip.
Yeah, that must be tough. Off that semi-western forehand grip, everything.
Well, everyone chooses how they want to have their grip. So mine was a bit more further round than David has. Wonderful return.
And he doesn't play the reverse grip on the backhand, does he? He plays with the classic.
He can, and
oh,
he
can
does.
He?
Oh, absolutely.
That was a regular, though.
Wow. No, he waits until he's... That will come out when he's confident. There's my insider knowledge coming up.
Very good. Wise words from Peter Norfolk here.
40,
alongside Paul Hand, enjoying this quad men's wheelchair final. Back behind, so effective again, as Wagner was retreating to the middle of the court.
Game.
Sithole levels up. 2 games all.
2 games all.
Good courage by Sithole. I was just mulling that, thinking David's trying to apply pressure, keep putting him on, and Sithole rose to the challenge. Really nice. Kept his cool and hit a nice little winner.
15 love.
Wide serve, very effective.
That's his banker serve today. Sithole is very stationary on return of serve at the moment. He needs to be moving his chair to cut that off. And that's the focus on the other matches we've been watching, is that you need the chair moving. It has to be moving. If you're stationary, then you're a dead duck in the water. Exactly the same as the oval body game.
Well, that's been the standout feature of his game. It didn't result in him winning the opening set, but there was some flashes of brilliance from that backhand side from Lucas Sithole. Quick to close, and of course the nearer he is to the net, the more angle that it opens up.
It's a lovely serve by David, and served wide, came back and he hit the ball to the open court. And you can see when David's serving, he's about a foot behind the baseline, because if his chair touches the baseline when he's serving, then that's a foot fault, or a wheel fault in our case.
High looping forehand with a lot of acceleration there from the African player.
40-30.
David just didn't do enough with his. Lucas hit the ball to David's feet, to the the wheels, and David just couldn't do enough with the ball. Hit it away from Lucas, so he can't use that shot of his.
Net for serve.
Lucas is putting a lot of topspin on the ball. That's why it's dropping in. So it looks as if it's going to go out, but because he's come up, he's gone up and over, and he's imparted loads of topspin on the ball, so it drops just inside the sideline there. Lovely shot.
Backhand was well struck, Wagner. Just spinning wide.
I might have challenged that. No Hawkeye, unfortunately.
Game, Wagner.
David Wagner holds on and extends his lead
Wagner
to 3-2 second
3
set.
games to 2 second set.
Well, if you are just joining us, I can tell you that Joachim Gerard won the men's singles final against Shingo Kunieda. Remarkable match that was. He was trailing 3-love in the deciding set, turned it round 6-3, and chalked up 2 wins against a man that's barely lost a match over the last 2 years. So fabulous win for Joachim Gerard, the Belgian. And then we saw Jiske Griffioen of Netherlands, the top seed from Holland. She came through against Sabine Ellerbrock of Germany in straight set 6-2, 6-2 in the women's final. And here we are, engaged in our third final of the day. David Wagner of the USA, the top seed, up against the third seed, Lucas Sithole of South Africa. And it's the top seed who's a set up and 3-2 up here. Sithole serving 2-3.
Love 15. Fifteen.
Couldn't quite control
15,
that
30.
racket head, despite a really brilliant effort to get up there.
I think David had also put backspin on the ball, and that threw Sithole off a little bit. He thought he was there, he was pushing, because of course you can have the second bounce, but I think just got out of his reach. That's a beautiful return by David there. That's what he wants. Just talking to himself. Come on, yes. Look at that. Beautifully struck.
Break point for a 4-2 lead here then for Wagner.
Oh,
beautiful hand skills there.
And that's what he's good at, those little half volley touches. He's great in doubles doing that. He's so dangerous at the net.
Wagner leads 4 games to 2.
Very high skill level there. That ball would normally bounce up so high, but great control.
And this is what he wants. He wanted a little bit of daylight now. So if he can hold his serve, and you've got to be, if you're a gambling man, you'd put your money on it.
You would, wouldn't you? Despite what happened in the opening set, when
Yeah,
he's 5-2 up and lost his way. It was a terrific return from Sithole, but credit to Wagner. Quality serve.
That's the old 1-2, serve wide, and then hit back out to the open court. Unlucky David there, trying to volley that in the middle of the court. Just lost his balance slightly, because Sithole hit that well, with a pace on the ball.
Terrific strike again off the backhand side from
15,
Lucas.
30.
that's dangerous. David's missed the last couple of volleys. I think in his mind, he saw a bit of daylight coming, and he's put himself into a bit of a hole now. 2 break points against him.
Again, the quality backhand up the line from Lucas Sithole. Break serve, he's back in it still. He's so good at fighting back. Such a spirited competitor.
I think that's also a case of stop looking at the finishing line. It's not there yet. And I think David was sort of wishing, so I can get this game. I can go 5-2. I can seal it. And he's ended up going 4-3. And he's back on serve, essentially, with Lucas serving to bring it back
Wagner
to 4-all
leads
if he can.
4 games to 3.
Into a tight second set.
So easy to get ahead of yourself in this game. Mind races away to the W.
Yeah, it is, and that's what everyone wants. They want that big W at the end. They want that big trophy, and they want the exhilaration where the hairs go on the back of your head when you win, the back of your neck, and you've won something. It's fab. It's a fab feeling.
Adulation, adoration for the winners.
Time.
I was just going to say that they're playing high deep, keeping them
15.
players pinned back to by the boardings there, and then Lucas, look how high that bounced, and he was a foot away from the baseline. Excellent tennis. Oh, well, David's hitting it to his backhand, and that's his
30 love.
Dangerous wing.
I think he was frightened off by that last forehand winner in the penultimate point that you were marvelling at. But Sithole certainly brings his best when he's down. No, 3 winners in a row then for the African.
And this is what David's got to be aware of, is that he knows that if Lucas goes on a little hot streak like this, actually, he's unbeatable. You can't, that's untouchable.
Again, Sithole.
Sithole holds down to love, and we're locked in at 4-all.
That's fantastic. There's a great centre down
4
here,
games.
the Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre. And, you know, the Tennis Foundation did an amazing job, and we're here all next year too. Same time, same place. So let's see. There's Jeff Newton, who's put an awful lot of time and effort with all his key staff here. Fantastic. Wish I was still playing so I could play here.
$15 love. $30 love.
Yeah, Sithole went for the down the line backhand, didn't quite come off, but you could see the intent there. Wagner was coming in, pushing into the court to try and put pressure on him to make him create a miss, and he did. So he's 30 love.
Next person. $40 love.
A loud, firm call from the Lions judge. 3 game points for Wagner for a 5-4 lead.
Wagner did well there. He took that deep volley off his toes there and got it back in court. He did very well. Put the pressure back onto Sithole.
Game, Wagner.
Sealed with the ace then, despite losing the last 2 games. Top seed, back in the ascendancy
Wagner
here.
leads 5 games to 4.
It's only a game away from the title now. But we've seen, as you said rightly, Peter, just how dangerous Lucas Sithole can be. He can be free swinging and a real menace on the court with multiple winners at will, seemingly.
Yeah, he does multiple winners, but he also does multiple mistakes. And I think Lucas will be an amazing player if he's working on cutting out some of these mistakes. And then he's going to be extremely dangerous. And David knows that. David's played him a lot. And he's going to keep putting the pressure on. Well, certainly now. At this point of the match, David knows he's probably going to come in and try and take it early. Make Lucas play. He's going to make him play another point, another shot. And he's going to try and create a mistake, I'm sure. Isn't that good to see? So after I've said David's trying to put pressure on, Lucas comes up with a great first serve. Bang. Hits the return to the open court on the forehand. Lovely. Well done.
Oh, 15-all.
That was a positive miss.
Absolutely, as my old coach used to say, better to do it long than dump it in the net. I'm not sure why.
You hated missing, didn't you? I can tell.
15-30.
Well, that looked a very makeable forehand, but perhaps we were obscured because the chair might have been in the way.
Yeah, he tried for this. He tried for what he did on the first shot, and he just got a bit cramped up, a bit too close to his body. Oh, well played. I was just about to say it's getting dangerous. You can't let David take an extra point and go 40-15. So 30-all. This is big. Sithole really needs this point. What a wonderful return. Backhand return by David. Return of serve down the line.
30-40.
Here we go.
Championship point. Yeah. For David Wagner here.
Deuce.
That was a good first serve. He got his first serve in. Give him his due. Pressure point. 1 championship point saved.
Oh, you thought
Advantage, Wagner.
Teetered over the net there, but it didn't quite. Second match point then for David Wagner of the United States of America.
Okay, now it's dangerous. He didn't get his first serve in. Yeah, double fall.
Wagner.
What a shame, what a limp way to concede in the end, but it's David Wagner, the top seed and defending champion. Indeed, he's going to add to his tally now. He's had 7 wins here at the NEC Masters before. This is his 8th title. He's delighted with that. And he contained the aggressive game style of Lucas Sithole, the South African player who's such a bright future. It's the 41-year-old top seed, David Wagner, who wins the championships in the quad division. He's delighted. It's going to be an embrace from the coach. Look at that, means so much to them. Delightful moments.
He loves winning. David loves these points. He loves all these titles. He's well, 8 times. That's pretty an amazing run, really, I have to say. He's a very consistent player. Good on you.
And his opponent played his part. What a cracking match it was. It was a straight sets defeat. He was right down in both sets, but showed a lot of character to claw it back. But he's the US Open champion in 2013. That was a lovely moment for him. But today, it's this man that has all the adoration. So just awaiting our presentation then for this event. This is the last of our 3 finals here. And of course, initially, we didn't see it, but there was the men's 3rd and 4th playoff, which was Stefan Houdet. But today, it's all this man, David Wagner. What a performance that was as he de-tapes the hand. So let's hear now from our runner-up and winner. Over to our MC, Michael Kern.
Well, let's go a word with Lucas Sithole, our runner-up this year. Lucas, almost this year, throughout all your matches, you've almost been nearly there, come back to get through to this final. You must be disappointed, but pleased at the same point.
Oh yes, I think I played very good in this tournament. And David played very well, so congrats to him. But I still have a chance next year, so yes.
It's been a great year for you. I suppose getting through to the finals is a nice way to cap it off.
Oh yes, it was because last year I lost I became third, so at least this year I'm second, so maybe next year one.
Fingers crossed. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our runner-up this year, Lucas Sithole. Let's go now with our winner this year of the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, David Wagner. David, congratulations. You've retained the title, champion again.
Yeah, thank you. It's always great to get that opportunity to play here. Lucas is a really strong player, and he'll be around forever. So you got to get him when you can. So it's great to be here. It's great to play in front of everybody and just have a good time here. So.
Played some great tennis this week. How have you found the tournament?
The tournament's great. I mean, they do a wonderful job, all the organizers, the ball kids, the volunteers, the staff. I mean, the LTA is just, they again, raise the bar every year here, and that's what we like. And we really appreciate everyone's support of wheelchair tennis here in England. So, and go Hawks.
Ladies and gentlemen, your NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Champion 2015. Please give it up for David Wagner. And please now welcome onto court your presentation party for this final, the President of the Tennis Foundation, Sir Geoffrey Cass, the International Tennis Federation Wheelchair Tennis Manager Mark Bullock, and Senior Manager of the CRM Division at NEC, Atsuko Kashiwada. Well, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, please welcome forward the runner-up this year from South Africa, Lucas Sithole. He'll be receiving the Tennis Foundation trophy from Mark Bullock. Ladies and gentlemen, your runner-up this year, please show your appreciation for Lucas Sithole. And the winner of the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters 2015, retaining the title. Please put your hands together for David Wagner. And he'll receive the International Tennis Federation Perpetual Trophy from Sir Geoffrey Cass. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please show your appreciation for our winner of the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, David Wagner.
So what a terrific weekend of tennis it's been. Congratulations to our winners and our runners-up. It's been terrific scenes here from Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre. brilliantly staged. The celebrations will continue long into the night, I'm sure. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to my co-commentator, Peter Norfolk. It's been a delight working with you, Peter. And do join us next year for more NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. From myself, Paul Hand, and Peter Norfolk, it's goodbye for now.